able to squeeze out 3 wins over their next 6 games, then you should give not Nick Sirianni, but you should give Matt Eberflus a medal. You should give the man a medal. Like, the fact that the team hasn't quit on him, the fact that Caleb Williams does look like he's turning the corner now that you have a new offensive coordinator, I think in the best interest of Caleb Williams' development, you have to maintain continuity. I don't understand why Chicago Bears fans don't get this. You're in a hurry to fire Matt Eberflus because you want your pound of flesh because the team is underachieving, but you can't be penny wise and pound foolish. You have to think about the long-term development of your quarterback. And what would be in the long-term best interest of Caleb Williams is not upsetting the apple cart, not bringing in a brand-new head coach who then brings in a brand-new offensive coordinator, and your guy has his 3rd play caller in his 1 year as a National Football League quarterback. It just makes no sense.
Here's the catch in all of this. If he being Caleb Williams, has found his perfect match, let's just say, in Thomas Brown, offense coordinator, how do you bring Thomas Brown back next year? If you fire Eberflus, you then can't say to an incoming coach, you must keep this offensive coordinator.
No, you can't do that. That doesn't work.
So then the only way of the continuity is actually, if this is your argument, which I know it is with Cece, if this is working with Caleb Williams and Thomas Brown, the only way to continue Thomas Brown is Eberflus back. And you could say, well, then make Thomas Brown the head coach. If you make Thomas Brown the head coach, he's not the offensive coordinator anymore. And we've seen, look at the Jets. When you screw up that whole thing,
here's the thing.
It doesn't work.
If you promote him from offensive coordinator to head coach, you take away the thing that he's best at, which is the opportunity to be hands-on with Caleb Williams and call the offense.
Correct.
Because he has so much more responsibility.
Yep.
So just maintain Matt Eberflus as the head coach. It's not like the defense is bad. You have a really good defense. They're 7th in terms of points. Like, it just makes sense to stay with it if you're able to get to 7 wins. If you can maintain that same level that you had last year with a rookie quarterback, that's a win if you're the Chicago Bears. That's a win if you're a Bears fan.
But they're not winning on the field. Matt Eberflus is 14-31 in his tenure as a Bears head coach, 5-18 in one-possession games.
Yeah, not ideal. Next one, Joel Embiid didn't play last night. Go ahead, Pat.
The Flyers are 9-10. Pickles are awful. I think we've talked about that before. But also pastrami, hard pass, it's a C-tier deli meat.
What? Okay.
Wait, say this again.
Pastrami is a tier C deli meat.
I agree with it.
What's on tier 1? We have a lot to discuss here.
Deli meat tiers next.
Turkey.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. And Doug, I got to be honest with you, I think we've got a Jim Dandy lined up today.
What do we got?
We're loaded for bear.
I know it's news to Doug.
We got something big.
He's been sitting here longer than any of us preparing for the show.
Yeah, but that's what you say.
At 7:01, he says, I don't know. What do we got?
I said, we have a big show? What? Tell us.
With the Jim Montgomery news, this program will be all over it. Jeremy Rutherford coming up at 7:30. Texting with Chris Kerber, who's supposed to join us. You know, we have these blues hits every day. It's a deal between the Blues and 101 ESPN. 8:15. That Chris Kerber is going to be with us at 8:15, but then he was texting us before the program and said Jim Montgomery is addressing the media at Madison Square Garden, where the Blues will take on the Rangers this evening, and he is going to, it's a scrum. Now, Doug, could you define a scrum for the audience?
A scrum is a bunch of reporters huddled together in close proximity, all extending their right arm with a microphone to get the It's a group interview.
Nice.
Waiting to chuckle.
And yesterday, Doug Armstrong did a Zoom, podium interview. So with the scrum, this isn't something that we could just tap into live and play, but Kerber said he's going to see if he can just hold up his phone so we can carry Jim Montgomery's first comments as the head coach of the St. Louis Blues live on 101 ESPN. So that is planned to be around 8:30 this morning, live from Madison Square Garden on this program. Then we'll talk it over with Chris Kerber to get his reaction to it. Gabe DeArmond on not really Missouri's win, but the weekend that was in college football, and it was absolute chaos, in particular in the SEC. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and I think that's going to do it. But my goodness, Doug, is that a lot of program? I don't know if you are going to be any good to us.
No, I won't be much good to you at all. As early as I had to get up today after a long drive back from Nashville.
Oh, that's right.
Why don't you guys just go ahead and take the show?
Did you get wrecked?
What happened?
Did you get wrecked in Nashville?
Yeah,
wrecked as in drunk?
Well, everybody said they wanted to wreck you, and I just wondered if you got wrecked.
ruin me.
Oh,
ruin me.
Oh, right there. Nice, Jackson. That was
Stedman-esque.
That was Stedman-esque.
Come on, Jackie got a haircut. Yeah.
I got shorn. Yeah,
Wow, he's got shorn.
Yeah.
You like that when a gentleman says he just got shorn?
That's what you do to sheep.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. I lost a lot of hair. Feels good, though.
You got to feel confident in your hair if you're able to get it shorn that tight.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, when they hand you the mirror to look behind.
I know exactly where you're going, and I'm sure a number of gentlemen in our audience. Martin, you probably don't know what that experience is like. Doug, you don't either, because you were thin in the front.
Oh, I'm still a little thin at that.
Yeah, but when you're like 20 and they hold that up and you go, oh God, I've got a crop circle forming back there.
Yeah, so that definitely used to be me, and now it's a little bit better. I don't shudder when I see it. So every time it's like, all right, here we go. That's why I sometimes avoid haircuts. It's like, I just can't. That when they hand you that mirror, it's a real moment.
They always hand you the mirror.
Yeah,
I felt like that was I thought that was when you were a little kid. They still do that.
Yeah, and I get a dum dum lollipop afterwards.
Is that right?
That's right.
I think your hair looks sharp.
Hey, thanks, Martin.
You look like are you going on a job interview or something?
What do you got going on?
I just get a haircut.
Very suspicious, Doug. Keep an eye on what this guy's up to.
What have you got going on?
I just wanted to get my hair cut. It was too long.
He's celebrating the wins over Pacific and Arkansas Pine Bluff. That's what he always does.
Here they come.
Yeah,
Here they come.
Sunday, 4 o'clock. No better time to have a college ball game. I was at work yesterday. We were talking about what's on the show and what segments we were going to run. And producer Dave said, don't forget Mizzou's play. I said, in what? He said, basketball. I said, oh, my God. 4 o'clock on a Sunday against Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Well, the whole world talks college football. They're playing college basketball at 4 o'clock on a Sunday. All right. So we want the people to get involved. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. If you would like to call in, we welcome live phone calls on this program. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines 314-974-0101. And Jeremy Rutherford going to be with us at the bottom of the hour for a rare appearance, considering the news. Yesterday morning, I get a text from Kevin Lorenz, a.k.a. the Nonling, approximately 8 a.m., saying, wow, and a 5-year deal. They don't throw 5-year deals around in the NHL, but Jim Montgomery got one as Drew Bannister was terminated. Doug, you were in Nashville sleeping it off from your night of whiskey with the bachelorette parties.
I did not get wrecked.
What was your reaction when you saw the news?
I was surprised, although after you start to think about it for a few minutes, not really surprised, I guess, because you figured as soon as Montgomery hit the open market, the Blues would be interested. But Armstrong is he is all business. He will let go of anybody, including somebody who just signed a contract, 6 months ago, a 2-year deal? And I'm assuming that all has to go through Stillman, and the ownerships gave him the go-ahead. So if you can afford to pay dead money on a coach who's not going to coach for 2 years, then go for it, because Montgomery clearly is one of the top coaches in the league, has been.
Martin, your reaction?
I think Stillman defers to Army, much like the DeWitts defer to Mo. They sort of run the franchise. I think, obviously, Tom has to approve it. I'd like to tip my cap that I'm not wearing to Tim for saying he thought it was going to happen sooner.
Oh, we got another Lemmy.
No, I'm being honest.
Martin might be the furthest thing from.
I'm being honest here. I thought it would happen, but I thought maybe another week or two. And Tim said, I think it could be soon. I think Joey Vitale was in my camp that it might be down the road.
And once Joey Vitale was saying that, I was like,
wow, take mine, Doug, take my opinion, just throw it on the ground.
I'm just like, I'm operating on the premise that these guys kind of know things, but I guess in this particular case, Doug Armstrong played it close to the vest.
And Andy Strickland, we were talking last night, and I was throwing that theory around. I said, I thought this would happen in another week or two. And he said, well, if he's the guy you want, why would you wait? Which is probably the main point. Yeah. If that's the guy you want, if you think he makes you a better franchise, better chance to win this year and next year, why wait? And we don't know. Maybe the agent called Army and said, hey, you better move quick. We got a couple calls already. What are you thinking? What's the plan? I mean, I don't know. And Armstrong was asked about the timeline and preferred not to get into that. But he did say, and I think it was Strickland's question, he said, when I woke up Wednesday morning, I was not planning on making a coaching change. But
I have to tell you, I watched, I don't know, it was about 20-minute Zoom yesterday. And it just continues to, I realize, listen, when you support the way Doug Armstrong handles what I consider to be transparency, that doesn't mean that you also go, and every move he's made has been great, because that's certainly not the case. There's one that he also has been transparent about recently on Cam Jansen and Andy Strickland's podcast about the regret of the way the Alex Pietrangelo situation went down. There have been some free agent debacles, but the messaging, the transparency, as transparent as you can be, I think resonates with fans. And as opposed to what I think people feel like with the Cardinals. Secondarily, the fact that the Blues, for lack of a better term, this might not be the best term, but they are killers. They go. If there's a move to be made to improve the team, they go and they make it. And it might be harsh, but it's business, and that's how you compete. It might hurt feelings, but it's business. And if you've got the better product in the building, then you go put it in the top of the spot. And Jim Montgomery was available to be in the building. The Cardinals could have had Terry Francona as the defending world champions manager with a roster that was still set up to go. And they chose Mike Matheny. And I think there are a number of people who both were on the team and around the team who felt like that team left world championships out there in either 12, 13, 14, or maybe all of the above, or 15 for that matter. That was a 100-win team. If you see you have an opportunity to get somebody who had the kind of record that Montgomery had in Boston 2 years ago and the success he had in Dallas and nearly got to the Western Conference Finals if it weren't for the Blues and Pat Maroon, you go and you get him. And so I respect it. Might be harsh to Drew Bannister, but you got a job to do, and Doug Armstrong and Tom Stillman did it, and I think that resonates with fans.
Such a unique situation. The guy that played here, coached here, got a second chance at life in the NHL because of Doug Armstrong. I think it was a very unique situation. That personality, that background. Like, if it's just Mike Babcock or some huge name that's out there, I think Armstrong's sitting still saying, well, maybe this Bannister thing will work out. I just think Montgomery was such a unique fit for them. Now, my wife said, well, why would we want a coach that just got fired? She knows nothing about Jim Montgomery. And I said, that's actually not a bad question. You probably want to know more what went wrong in Boston. Did he get sideways with management? Who knows?
Well, two things on that, just specific to that, is the roster construction debacle. I mean, if you want to get into the weeds on what they have going on, they just have a mess, in particular at center there. And then secondarily, Don Sweeney of Boston last week talking about they tried to sign him to an extension and they couldn't get an agreement done. And I just think at the core, I don't think Montgomery and his family wanted to spend the remainder of their, not remainder, he's only 55, but a long term in Boston. So I think that played a large role. And I was really reading Elliot Friedman's comments on it, and he thought it was a dispute over who was going to be on his coaching staff. But either way, I think there was more to it than him failing in Boston when they went to him with a contract extension offer and they couldn't get it done.
Must have been league-wide. The bigger surprise is probably Montgomery getting fired than what St. Louis did. Because this is a guy who was coach of the year 2 years ago. He won 120 out of 184 games while he was in Boston. He had a fantastic record there. And 20 games into the season, in a 500 team now, you're going to fire him? That's cold. But Armstrong is cold, too. If he'll fire Berube just a few years after winning a Stanley Cup, and he'll fire Ken Hitchcock, who he said was his best friend in hockey, I mean, he'll do anything if he sees things go sideways.
Hey, Martin, we got a new one. I bet you haven't been called this too often, and I certainly know I haven't. This is Rights Holder Radio. Woof. That's from
Rights Holder Radio. Wow. So do they not like the move? I'm open to that, too. If people think it was a bad move. I think Drew Bannister...
As if me and you and Doug are sitting here at this point in our careers going, oh, God, I hope we don't upset the Blues. Couldn't give an F less. I don't get $1 from them, so I want to make that crystal clear. And I know Martin couldn't care.
Well, Army doesn't care either.
Check, Tim.
Okay, I
Rights
take it back.
Holder Radio.
There's Joe Strauss.
Army, I think there's fair critique of Doug Armstrong, who now has fired 6 coaches.
You better believe it, 3 in a year.
Yeah, I mean, 3 in a year.
Not 3 firings, but 3 coaches in a year.
And I've said this is the firing season. I didn't have the exact data.
Thanksgiving is the firing
It's deer season.
This is, Doug Armstrong's version of Happy Holidays. Davis Payne. Tim, what day was that when he was fired? Do you remember that day in 2011?
Oh, Doug, where were we?
Can we have a hint?
November
probably
6th,
above that sex shop on the landing at 1380. I'm going to go November 20th.
His name is Hare Davis Payne.
Hare Davis Payne.
November 6th, he was fired. Mike Yeo was fired on November 19th. Drew Bannister was fired November 24th. Berube made it all the way to December 12th.
That was the win.
So, like I said on TV last night, if I'm even somebody who's secure now in their job as Jim Montgomery, I wouldn't take Army's call November next year, just in case, because he kind of gets the itchy trigger finger. I think there's critique of Armstrong. Hey, why have you swung and missed? I think Davis Payne's a good comp for Drew Bannister. Like, came in, did a nice little job. Sure, let's give it to him.
A placeholder.
But you never felt it's their job for the long term.
The bottom line to me is this, and again, they're 2 separate conversations. I feel like this is how things work in dialogue in 2024. If you're a supporter, for example, of somebody politically or a party, then you feel like you have to, or you're told you have to own everything that party or that candidate does. And to me, you can compartmentalize it. You can be, and I think rightfully so, critical of a number of the moves, in particular on ice, that Doug Armstrong has made. But then you can also go, hey, you had an opportunity to get a coach and have him now take you through the next 5 years as you continue this quote-unquote retool, and he has made your organization better. You do it. I don't understand how you have to also go, well, if you like Doug Armstrong, then you also like the way the Petrangelo Krug situation went down, or take your pick of whatever other Braden Shen, contract, whatever we're going to do with that. That's not it. And it sure as hell has nothing to do with us being on the station that carries the broadcast for the Blues. God almighty, shine that one up and shove it up your ass.
Why did they have to shine it up first?
Because I think it goes in smoother.
Oh, my God. Jackie, like that one.
For the life of me, do you really think on this program that's what you're going to get? I mean, if you really do, God bless, it'll entertain the hell out of us. But for the love of God, I don't think any of us ever held rights.
I don't think anybody thinks it's a bad move. I think it's just what you call out is that in 1 year now, you've gone from Berube to Bannister to Montgomery. That looks bad. If you're the guy running the show, how can you not find the right guy? Yeah. Some might argue, well, why'd you get rid of Berube in the first place? But
that, I also think, is a conversation, but he was asked about that. And he said the message had run out as far as resonating with the room. This was a different set of circumstances. You have a guy out there like Jim Montgomery, you go get him. Because, I think for us and I think a number of fans, they're going, then why'd you get rid of Craig Berube?
Was it you needed a veteran coach that commands respect, that had a winning record? Wait a minute, where was it? Oh, you had that guy. Yeah. But Berube himself said it last year, that it was probably time to go. And this happens, and the NHL spits these guys out left and right. The players just, they tuned out the message, Doug.
Right.
They tuned out the message.
I still personally can't help but feel a little bit bad for Bannister.
Sure.
Here's a guy who finally got his job in the NHL, gets a 2-year contract, and 6 months later he's shown the door. And
he still gets paid.
He does still get paid. I don't feel bad for him about that. But nonetheless, I'm sure it's still a very painful time for him to have had a couple of key injuries to very important players and to get off to a rough start. And that's it. And it could be the end of your coaching career. Who knows if he'll get another shot.
I love it when Tim gets spicy. It makes my pant python tight.
Oh.
That's from Doug's prison wallet, and he monitors the TMA social media channels. Lisa, and you consider her what, Jackson?
Gem.
Yep. She says, but hello, have you heard of Skip Schumacher since they continue to keep whatever you want to call him with the Cardinals? Cairo didn't want Berube. That's from Lisa. She's tying it into the Cardinals, Skip Schumacher, and the Blues, and Berube and Cairo.
I'm not sure I get the Skip Schumacher reference.
They're saying that he's the Montgomery. He's out there. He's available. If you want him, you go get him.
Okay.
And there's
an argument to be made there, too, other than Keith Law.
And that is why I think we have a perfect compare and contrast with the Cardinals. And you can go, well, I mean, Terry Francona was 2011. But here's the thing. It was the same group of people who are in charge now that were in charge in 2011. And if you think that the Cardinals were better suited with Mike Matheny, I think we all like Mike Matheny, so of course this isn't personal, but you have, to me, the job is business, and you call it through that lens, then that was a miss. And you're playing friendsness instead of business, and I think that's a mistake. And I respect when somebody goes business. It might be hardcore, it might be rough, but that's why I like it. I think that same aggression that Doug Armstrong exhibited penalized him with Pietrangelo. I think there was some emotion there. I think he's acknowledged that with Andy Strickland and Cam Jansen on their podcast a few months ago. And then the overreaction that I think in part was fueled by emotion and being pissed off was, let's go overpay Torrey Krug. Guarantee he'd like to have that one back.
Oh, yeah.
So that same aggression, that same passion to just take it and go, it can cut both ways. But in this particular case, with Montgomery, I love the move. Hey, you are welcome to stream this program anytime you'd like, because we're going to have Jeremy Rutherford coming up in 13 minutes with his perspective. And then, ideally, courtesy of Chris Kerber's phone, Jim Montgomery live from Madison Square Garden at 8:30. And if you're streaming it on the 101 ESPN app or the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. Spelling of Schaefer is the following, SCHAEFER door.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they set aside Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. It's Schaefer Door Company, and if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in those types of jobs as well to service commercial doors. It's Schaefer Door. Call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. SchaeferDoor.com, sponsor of the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. Jeremy Rutherford coming up at 7:30 is the Blues discussion with Jim Montgomery. Hiring will continue. Jim Montgomery live from Madison Square Garden at 8:30 with his first comments as Blues head coach. On the other side of our break, Missouri and Illinois both get wins, but the SEC gets a lot of losses, and now we've got chaos. That's next on TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. And if you'd like to call in, Chairman Kurt taking your calls, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Jeremy Rutherford going to be joining us in about 10 minutes on the latest with regards to the Blues and the firing of Drew Bannister and the hiring of Jim Montgomery. He had a great article yesterday on The Athletic on that topic, and we will have Jim Montgomery. The plan is via Chris Kerber's phone for his first comments as head coach of the Blues coming up at 8:30 live from Madison Square Garden. The Missouri Tigers beat Mississippi State. Not really a surprise. The way Illinois beat Rutgers. Anybody watching that live? I happen to be watching that live. I love me some college football. Doug, I would hope you were out of town.
I was not watching the Illinois-Rutgers game live. Pardon the hell out of me.
Martin, there's no way you were.
I was not, but I'm in a text chain with the recovering alcoholic and Matt Offenberg. They're both Illinois guys.
ILL.
So they were going bananas. I went back and saw the highlights, which is important as a sports guy. You say I saw the highlights. I like that Luke Altmaier and that Pat Bryant. I was looking at, he's 6'3", 200. I'm like, that guy could probably play in the league. I
think he had 190 yards.
And that the way they won, because they threw it over the middle, and I'm assuming they had a timeout. I don't know, but they threw it over the middle. He scores with 4 seconds. He had to get to the end zone there, and he did. Thrilling win for the Illini. They're 8-3, Doug.
Yeah.
Their 8-3 feels so different than Mizzou's 8-3, doesn't it?
Because they had no expectations, and Missouri 100%. Had expectations.
This got to be the bowl game, right? Illinois and Missouri somewhere.
Well, I don't know if Mizzou wants to.
Now, how do you just kind of mumble?
I feel like Mizzou wouldn't want to do that, but Gabe DeArmond said it was Illinois that backed out of the yearly.
That's correct.
Meeting. Back in the day.
But specific to the X's and O's of that game, watching it live, and I believe it was on our Pick 6, and I think we all took Illinois.
We did. Yeah. Everyone took Illinois.
That's usually a jinx. Yeah. And we were covering anyway, but they were down by 1 or 2. Either way, a field goal wins it, and the wind had switched, and it's dead into Illinois' kicker. And Greg Schiano, the head coach of Rutgers, calls a timeout. And Illinois' kicker still was able to kind of get a practice kick, and Bielema gets to see how short he came up on the kick, and he's like, screw this, it doesn't matter, we got to go for it, and it's 4th down. And so they go for it because they got to see the kick, how short it was because of the wind, and that is what led to...
I didn't know that. Yes. I didn't see it. So that's what led to the pass.
That is what led to the pass.
It was 4th and 13.
That's correct.
They were down 31-30.
That's right.
Interesting.
Yes, so the timeout by Schiano, and I think it was a 50-plus yard field goal attempt. So it's not necessarily freezing a guy on a 35-yarder. This is 50-plus yards into the wind. I guess it had to be if that was a 40-yard touchdown. I mean, is that 57 yards? If it was indeed, it was a long touchdown on 4th down. It's kind of like what happened with Jaden Daniels yesterday.
I think it was like 30-plus. So you're probably looking at around a 50-yard field goal.
And when you're factoring into the wind, this was less than 50%. I would imagine every Illinois fan listening to that and listening to this knows that, but they were able to get it, the timeout from Schiano that then led to them going, okay, we're not gonna mess with this thing, and that's what wound up transpiring, and therefore Illinois gets a huge win. And by proxy, as ridiculous as this sounds, but this is where we are now with college football, that was huge for Penn State because that's Penn State's lone ranked win. And if Illinois loses to Rutgers, Penn State does not have a ranked win. Penn State, we were talking on the program on Friday, they would be put to the test by Minnesota, and sure enough, they were. And there's James Franklin. Was anybody watching that? Anybody? No. This is my college football nerddom going in.
Jackson and I were texting about the NBA this weekend.
Wow.
Is that late night Friday or Saturday? I'm in the
Friday.
kitchen, and the game it's the Warriors and Pelicans, and I start texting Jackson about the NBA, and I said, what's wrong with me?
Penn State runs a fake punt in their own territory with about 3 minutes left, and if that does not work, that might have begun the death knell for James Franklin, because they would have gone from assuredly into the playoff to giving the ball up, less than a field goal lead on Minnesota in their own territory on a 4th down. But to their credit, it not only works, it works incredibly well, as does their 4th down conversion play at the end of the game to allow them to run out the clock, and they get a win, and they play Maryland this weekend. So barring an absolute miracle, Penn State is going to get in, and they get to sit out conference championship weekend. Back in the day, if you were going to your conference championship game, not only was it a celebration, but this is how it sounded in Columbia, Missouri in 2013 when Missouri went to the SEC championship game with 3 minutes left against Johnny Manziel and Texas A&M.
3rd and 1. Josie running left, cuts it back right, gets a breakaway to midfield, to the 40, being chased to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the house. Henry Josie, Angleton, Texas, explodes for 57 yards, and Missouri's got the lead with 3:34 to play.
That's how Missouri found out that they were on their way to the SEC championship. They won on the field. They got in. Oregon found out via Twitter over the week when there was an algorithm run and it became clear that there was no way for any other team in the Big Ten to catch them, that they had clinched a spot, again, on Twitter. And Saturday night, Georgia found out on Twitter that they were going to the SEC championship game. That is the state of college football. And you now have teams not wanting to play in their conference championship game, although I still do not believe that the committee will penalize teams for losing in their conference championship game. Period. And the reason is not because of integrity or fairness. It's because they need those conference championship game television dollars, and they cannot afford for those to become obsolete and penalize teams for losing their conference championship games in the 12-team playoff era. Missouri was penalized for it in 2007. You could make a case in 2013, but certainly 2007 when they lost to Oklahoma. And Georgia was absolutely penalized for it last year when they lost to Alabama. I do not believe a team will be penalized that would have been in the top 12 if they lose on conference championship weekend. Whether they should or shouldn't be, it doesn't matter, because they are going to not allow those games to be obsolete and lose those television dollars.
As Mizzou Hawks, are you sitting here thinking 9-2, 10-2 may have gotten it done after all the debate, discussion? Had they run the table, won that South Carolina? Because after Bama, we thought it was over. Had they run the table to get to 10-2, we thought it wasn't going to be good enough. Now, Doug had them at what he called the cut line before the show. They're right at the with that 9-2 potential 10-2. You said at the cut line.
At cut line. If they were 9-2 now, I think they'd be around 12 or 13. Clemson is 12 now at 9-2, and Alabama's 8-3. So I think they'd be right in there, right in Arizona State's 9-2, right in the cut area.
Missouri's season for the college football playoff ended in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, when they were blown off the field. And Doug, I have to do it. Second time in the segment, that's another period at the end of the sentence. And I guess this opinion is not really popular with some Missouri fans. Again, I'm not running for office until 2028, so I don't particularly care. They were never going to put a team whose best win, I guess, would have been South Carolina, which therefore wouldn't be ranked where they are had they lost to Missouri, in when they lost by a combined, 75-10 against A&M and Alabama. If they lost in the manner that A&M lost to Auburn in 4 overtimes on Saturday night at A&M or at Alabama, and they were close like Mississippi's loss at LSU in the other game, different conversation. But they were never overcoming 75-10 against A&M and Alabama, because therefore they would somehow have to pass A&M and Alabama, which means those teams would have had to been in dire straits. It just was never going to happen once they lost like they did to Alabama and A&M.
But what if Drake scored one more touchdown against Mississippi State? Would that have changed the committee's mind?
Yes, it would.
Is there audio, or is it only the reading of the lips?
Only the reading
is it
of the
just the reading of the lips that he was... F you,
he was yelling,
State.
"Shut up, Mississippi State, shut up, Mississippi State. If you don't, I'm going to score another touchdown." I'm paraphrasing.
Yes,
this was when Missouri was kneeling on it on Saturday in Starkville.
I think Bear Bryant used to always do that when he was in Alabama.
Screaming at players?
At the crowd, threatening to score another touchdown.
There was some scripture worked into it, too.
There was what?
No, I said scripture weaved into that. I'm kidding.
Oh.
It was swear words.
Yes.
I'm joking that the old ball coach drink was working blue.
Yeah, he wanted them, I think, shut the F up, Mississippi State. If you don't, I'm going to score on you. And he chose to kneel on it. And I'd like to say, on behalf of everybody who had the team total of Ohio State at 31.5, I'm very grateful to Ryan Day, who after Travion Henderson slid to run out the clock against Indiana on Saturday Saturday afternoon. Ryan Day then runs not one, but 2 plays to run up the score on the Hoosiers. I don't know how many people saw that, but that not only covered the over, it covered Ohio State's team total of 31.5, which I was on. I hated it when Dan Lanning did it against Michigan 3 weeks ago. I loved it when it benefits me, even though I thought that was textbook jackassery from the head coach of Ohio State.
But do you think it has to do with Cignetti's bravado and all the trash he's talked?
I absolutely think. You saw Will Howard on the sidelines doing the typing thing, Google me, Google me, Google me.
Tossing the cigarette down.
Tossing the cigarette down, yeah. Signetti cigarette, yes, indeed. All right, Jeremy Rutherford's going to join us coming up here on the other side of our commercial break. Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal sponsor of TMA at 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com. And he has a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. 100 West Dental has the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind, and their office is right on Manchester, across from Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. It's 100 West Dental, and Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. I've been to those offices. They are indeed modern. Does not look like the old school dental office. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental. You can book your schedule and appointment online right now at 100westdental.com. 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. TMA, Jeremy Rutherford on the other side of the break on the firing of Drew Bannister, the hiring of Jim Montgomery, giving us his perspective. That's next on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. And breaking news yesterday, Drew Bannister was relieved of his coaching duties and Jim Montgomery was named the 28th head coach in franchise history. More on that coming up right now with Jeremy Rutherford coming up at this segment. This is another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
It's the morning after. 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines to get his insight on what has transpired with Drew Bannister and Jim Montgomery, the great Jeremy Rutherford. Morning, JR.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Wonderful. How surprised were you at approximately 8 o'clock Central yesterday?
You know, I was when I saw the news, I thought to myself, here we go. Like we talked about it a few days ahead of time, looking at the situation, and I really felt like this was a move that Doug Armstrong would make. And I know that it didn't look fair, and I know that Drew Bannister was probably disappointed with what was being reported. But I think that when you look at Doug Armstrong's track record and his boldness and his willingness to do whatever it takes to put the Blues in a better position, this was a possible outcome. And so I think when it happens, yeah, there is a little bit of wow, but I don't think that too many people should have been surprised.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of looming. I almost wonder for Bannister if it was going to become more and more of an issue. We all knew at some point. I was surprised at the timing. I thought they'd wait a little while, but then the point was made, why wait? Do you think it was inevitable?
Yes, I do. And I think it was inevitable for the reasons that Doug Armstrong discussed yesterday. I think that when he talks about having a coach who can win now and allow them to compete for a playoff spot and yet also be the coach that takes them to what he called the next ultra level of competitiveness, then I think that this is a move that they were eventually going to make. I think that had Drew Bannister done well for the next year or two, eventually it was going to get to the point where a Ken Hitchcock type, a Jim Montgomery type was needed.
How do you think Montgomery's coaching style will differ from Bannister's?
You know, I think that Jim's been not in the league a long time. You know, we think about him being a great coach. You think about a guy who's been coaching in the NHL for 10 years or so, and that's just not the case when you look at, you know, his short time in Dallas. That was kind of preempted, and then he goes to Boston, has a ton of success. You know, when he comes in, I think that the best part for the Blues is that he already has a relationship with these guys with the 2 years as the assistant. And I realize everybody knows that, and everybody realizes there's probably a relationship there. But when I was around players who dealt with Jim Montgomery, they talked about the text thread. They talked about the positivity. They talked about the, hey, we'll get him next time mentality. They really liked Jim. And when he left, they were genuinely disappointed. And so I think he's automatically going to come in with that. So I think whatever he's trying to get across to them, X's and O's wise, they're going to be hugely receptive to it. And I do think we're going to see a situation where he's going to get the Blues in a position to play better. Now, you know, how much better with a roster that I think we all have questions about, that remains to be seen. But a guy who's had the success in the league that he's had and has the rapport with these players, I think it's going to be really good for this team.
Jeremy Rutherford, our guest on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're listening to 101 ESPN TMA, presented to you by Brown and Croup. And JR, the 5-year deal stands out to me. I like it from the standpoint of, okay, you know that this is likely a process. He's not taking over a team that's on the threshold of a Stanley Cup, at least most likely. But there aren't a lot of coaches who get 5-year deals. I think Quenneville had one, Mike Babcock perhaps. I think Bruce, Doug, you call him Butch Cassidy. I
do, yeah.
In Vegas. But they don't just throw those around. Drew Bannister got a 2-year deal. So 2 questions along the lines on that 5-year deal. Number one, does that indicate that there was competition for his services this quickly after being terminated in Boston Tuesday? And then secondarily, is this a way for the Blues to say, you've got the runway to instill your process and you don't have to worry that you are coaching for your job, and send a message to the room that this guy is here and we are not making another change, so it's on you boys?
Yeah, Tim, the 5-year, I think that's what stood out to me. And in retrospect, it probably shouldn't have been that surprising. You know, are there going to be other teams that were interested in Jim Montgomery? Did he hear from perhaps a couple? probably. I know Detroit is a team that everybody mentioned. Keep in mind that Doug Armstrong is working with Boston GM Don Sweeney with the Four Nations. So it's probably as simple as a quick phone call. Hey, permission to talk to Jim Montgomery? Yes. Hey, Jim, good buddy, old pal. How you doing? What do you think about coming to St. Louis? So I think that instant communication helped out. But I do think that, Jim having a past here in St. Louis, his wife being from St. Louis, him knowing the organization, knowing the roster, knowing what's coming, I think he wanted to be here. And also, Tim, with the 5 years, I think it's a situation where both sides needed the same exact thing. The Blues need stability. We just mentioned they needed a coach who can win now and also take the team to the next level. But with 3 coaches in 1 year time on the calendar, you need to put a coach in place that can bring you some continuity. And Jim Montgomery was that guy. But on the same hand, Jim kind of needs this too. As I mentioned, the time in Dallas, he gets pushed out on his own doing. And then you go to Boston, and you would have thought after the best year in NHL history that run would have been a little longer. It wasn't. And now people might look at Jim Montgomery as he's bouncing around. But now he gets a chance to come to St. Louis, get that 5-year deal. I think both sides wanted this, and that's what made the most sense.
Do you think, JR, there was growing concern, too, about Bannister as a head coach, some of the in-game decisions, and even Doug Armstrong said on Sunday, we were willing to live with some of his mistakes and kind of, hey, we're making them too. But he indicated several times that they were sort of growing together, growing pains as a head coach. Do you think that expedited this at all, that they maybe just kind of thought he wasn't the guy?
Yes, I do. I do think that. But I'll say this first. There's been some confusion, maybe not from the Blues perspective, but I know from talking to fans outside perspective, what is the plan in terms of the retool? Are you trying to make the playoffs this year, or are you trying to retool, put the Bolduc and those types of guys in the lineup, let the coach who's young grow and make mistakes? What are you trying to do here? I know Doug has said all along, they know this is going to be a couple-year process, but you can also feel the pressure from Doug and the top that they do want to win now. So my question is, what was expected of Drew Bannister? We all knew that he was going to make mistakes. But with that said, Martin, I do think that if you looked at the coaching situation, they were probably looking at a coach who did make a few mistakes. And yes, they were willing to kind of roll with it. But then it gets to the point where, he's not getting out of this team what we expect him to get out of this team. We see some of the mistakes that are being made that another coach wouldn't make. We're going to bring this other coach in who we think can give us a bigger shot. So I do think with all this talk about Montgomery coming here, which is understandable, it makes the most sense. I do think they had many internal questions about where they were going with Drew Bannister.
I'm sure they haven't given up yet on this season with 60 games still to play. Do you think given their current roster and the situation where they're in at the moment in the standings, that Montgomery can get them into playoff position? Is that still a realistic hope?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think that, you jump on Montgomery because there's potential chance that you could lose him. Even though he wanted to coach here, I think that if you let that go 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a team does swing in and grab him. So you do want to jump on it for that reason. But also, look, you're 22 games into the season, and you're sitting there at 19 points. I think they're, 6 out of a wild card spot. There's several teams ahead of them. But we're talking about it's late November, early December. So, if Jim Montgomery can help this team get the power play fixed, get this offense fixed, we've seen it over the years. If you're talking November, December, heck, look at 2018-19, it was January. That's not to say that this team is a Stanley Cup team. I don't even know that it's a playoff team. I just think that regardless of the situation that the Blues are in, there's still plenty of time.
I'm curious your perspective on now number 25. The no trade clause will kick in here in a matter of 8 months or something along those lines. This is it. I think when you hear Doug Armstrong talk yesterday and the backdrop on that, this is the coach who's going to be here, and therefore I think it will play a role in the decision on what they want to do. He's not a guy they trust out there when they need a goal late in a game for fear of turnover. This is it, and he's been under the microscope anyway, JR, but now he's got the head coach who has helped develop players before. What do you think this means for Jordan Kyrou and the Blues?
I think this is the perfect evaluation for Jordan Kyrou over the rest of this season, and then the Blues can make a decision on what they want to do with his future. And when I say the perfect evaluation, I mean a coach in Jim Montgomery who just came from coaching some of the best players of this generation, when you talk about Bergeron and Marchand and some of these players, he knows how to coach top players, and he had that relationship with these guys here. He got the best, albeit as an assistant coach, out of guys like Buchnevich, even Kyrou in the past. And I think Jim Montgomery is going to be able to come in here, see what Jordan Kyrou looks like, try to develop him. And most importantly, Jordan Kyrou's got to look at the situation and say, look at what he did with these guys. He knows how to get players like me to the next level. And then if that doesn't happen, Jim Montgomery can look at the team, look at Doug Armstrong and say, look, it's not happening. So I think that it's going to be a really important, obvious statement here with Jordan Kyrou over the next several months. But the key is the Blues want him playing well. They want him here in St. Louis. They want him to earn every dollar that they're paying him. But if it's not there, I've always said this, in order to move him before that no trade clause kicks in next summer, he's going to have to be playing at least decent hockey. Like, there's no team out there that's going to make that change of scenery trade without the player playing at least up to the level that they think can be successful with their team. So that's kind of the catch-22 at that situation.
JR, since we're the rights holder, could you just say the Blues are the best and they'll probably win the cup? I mean, we would appreciate that.
Yeah, that's all.
It's the least you could do.
Contractually, I think he has to.
That's in our contracts.
Yeah, clip that, Tim.
Yeah, clip that. My question is about the assistant coaches. They stay the same. Ott is obviously popular. Steve Ott, maybe a coach in waiting somewhere else. And Shen is the captain. Do you see any other changes with the coaching staff or the leadership group?
So that's one thing that we didn't get to ask Doug Armstrong yesterday. I guess, follow-ups today, we can find out more about the situation in terms of the future of the staff. To my knowledge, everybody remains in place. I mean, I would think that you have to have some continuity. Jim Montgomery has a relationship with a few of these coaches, including Steve Ott as well. I'm sure that he wants them on board. And then maybe we'll see some determination made on the coaches at the end of the season and see where that goes. Obviously, Jim Montgomery is going to have a handle on his staff and work in conjunction with Doug Armstrong. But I do think, Martin, that Montgomery already has a feel for these guys and wants to move forward with them.
Jeremy, with a move like this, I assume Tom Stillman is in the loop for all this with all the millions of dollars at stake?
Yes. He's, in all my conversation with Tom Stillman over the years, he's been in the loop on all these decisions, talked to Doug about them. I've talked to Tom and Doug about this, but Tom asks a lot of questions. He doesn't, get too into the equation where he overrules Doug and says, no, I think we should do this, absolutely, and I don't like where you're going with this, Doug. But I think that he wants to have the most knowledge he can about the decisions that Doug makes, and that's how those two have operated for several years now. So, yeah, definitely in the loop on that stuff, and obviously willing to fork over a lot of money to according to Doug, put the Blues in the best position that they can. I mean, I think when Toronto took Craig Berube, that probably offset some salary that the Blues owed him, but they do still owe Drew Bannister, obviously, and now they're paying Jim Montgomery a 5-year deal. So definitely Tom is in the loop on all this stuff and behind it.
Jeremy Rutherford giving us his perspective. We will be hearing from Jim Montgomery coming up at 8:30 Central Time live from Madison Square Garden, where the Blues will take on the Rangers, and you'll see Jim Montgomery behind the bench for his first game. Doug, I know you are thinking about firing $10K on the Blues tonight. If you do, you'll be paid $20,000 as they are plus 200. And I love the new coach bump. I love the new coach bump in the NHL. So if anybody wants to double their bankroll, it's there for you tonight at Madison Square Garden. JR, are you going to throw something on it? I think that's what you're encouraged to do when you cover the team is bet on them.
I actually think it says on the back of my press pass that I'm not allowed.
Okay. Oh, it does? Right. It actually says that.
It's against the law.
But then you go up to the guys. Yeah. Could you at least score an extra goal there in overtime? I had a lot of money on you.
That would have been outstanding. JR, we appreciate it. Great coverage throughout the day yesterday. And I know you'll be with us on 101 ESPN throughout the day. Today, Jim Montgomery talking at 8:30 from New York. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I love you guys.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Everybody's getting on board. The second gong in the 7 o'clock hour. That's big. That's Jeremy Rutherford on the Collier and Thompson phone line. Send your emails in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, do you know anything about Seth Goldcamp?
Well, I do. And it's a good thing I do because I've been looking at the forecast here, and by Friday we're into the 20s, and by Sunday and Monday we're into the teens. So if your furnace is not ready to go, Mister, you've got some problems, but you won't have any problems if you call Seth Goldcamp. If you keep Design Air Heating and Cooling in mind, maybe you ought to get him out there now to maintain that furnace, make sure that it's running well when the really cold snap hits later this week. Design Air is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They've served more than 10,000 customers since 1904, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're known for their honesty and going above and beyond. I've had Seth personally and some of his technicians out to my house a couple times to maintain the furnace and the air conditioner. Won't be needing the air co for a while. They will never upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very, very seriously. Their website is easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designair.com. That's designair.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling, longtime sponsor here on TMA, longest running sponsor, as a matter of fact, online at designair.com. I believe that over the next 2 weeks, we are going to see absolute anarchy in college football, and justifiably so. And I also think something that took place on Saturday night is going to lead to a rule change, and I think it should. I'll give you my perspective on what those things are coming up. Chris Kerber is going to join us live from New York City at 8 o'clock. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. New sponsor on TMA is Aesthetic Design and Build, and it's great to have them on board because I've gotten to know Dan and his team, and I've seen their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they've come to my home as they walk me through all the different types of custom work that they do, and they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. That's what we are looking to do, and they came out and showed us just how easy it is for them to put it together and install. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, those custom decks that they can build for you. Change the look of your home and your outdoor living area. AestheticDesignandBuild.com, or give them a call. 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Let Dan and his team take you through what they can do to improve your outdoor living space with a custom deck. Check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley or go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. The Morning After, 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. Chris Kerber will be on those Callier and Thompson phone lines coming up in a matter of moments from New York, and then we'll have Jim Montgomery on those phone lines in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Doug, I know you always like when I get a chance to go to Paulie Mano's.
Yeah, I love it when you get to go. Doesn't matter where I'm at. It's all about you, Tim.
On Saturday night, I was at Paulie Mano's, and I was enjoying the lamba.
Lamba. And how was it?
Choice, as always.
Okay.
But the most important thing I had going is I was celebrating my 13th wedding anniversary with my lovely Italian-American wife, is a 4-game parlay.
While eating your lamba.
That's what everyone does on their 13th anniversary.
It's part of the wedding agreement that you have to take her to an Italian restaurant on the anniversary.
Thank you. Yeah, why couldn't we go to O'Connell's or Seamus McDaniel's?
Because she had it written in ahead of time, the whole arranged marriage thing.
That's exactly right. We call it a beard.
Yeah. What about the Blues game? That didn't count as date night?
Thank you, Martin.
Thought that would have checked the box.
Martin's representing me as counsel here this morning. But in the parlay, Oklahoma plus 14.
Shipped.
Alabama, Vanderbilt plus 8.5.
Shipped.
That's right. War damn Eagle, because Jackson told me to what?
Lean into the stink.
That's right.
Oh, I don't like that.
Stinky line. Oh, look what happened.
War damn Eagle. I was getting 1.5. And then USC, UCLA over, which didn't wind up working out. But I didn't know that at the time because the game didn't kick off until 9:30.
That wasn't on you, Tim.
Thank you.
So you're riding high, buying appetizers for the whole building.
Absolutely. Yeah. Paulie Mano, I'll take another rack of Lemba.
You were spending money that you didn't have yet because you were you were spiking the ball on the 5-yard line.
So then we get home, and there's nothing hotter than watching Auburn and Texas A&M in the 4th overtime. Auburn scores on this stupid-ass rule that they have where you go to 2-point conversions after the 2nd overtime, and then A&M runs a beautiful play. Here is how it sounds down on the plains.
That was the phone.
Hit the lever, I almost said Plowsy. Hit the lever pail.
Direct snap, pitch back, Reed rolls right, dropped! It was dropped! Auburn wins!
Is that the great Tom Hart?
I don't know.
It sounded like Tom Hart.
It was a late
It's either Tom Hart or Sean McDonough is what it sounds like to me.
It sounded more like McDonough than Tom Hart.
It's a great call. It is a great call. I was watching it.
Yeah.
Now, at that point, it's like 11 o'clock, and I can already tell that USC and UCLA are not going to be enjoying scoring points this evening in Los Angeles. Neither here nor there.
Did you call Paul Mano and say, cancel all those?
Yeah, if you could
reverse the charges and all those free apps.
Are you guys doing any layaway on Lamba?
And when you say a rack of Lamba, is that Lamba ribs? Is that what you're eating?
They're little bones.
Yeah, little lollipops. Never had lamb, bro.
Look at this. You're about to get Horton Watkins right here, Doug.
Mint jelly on your
just
head.
A meat and potatoes guy from South County, and you're dunking on him.
Just give me a Salisbury steak.
This is meat. What, lamb's not meat?
I've
never ordered Lamba.
That Missouri fans nearly got a chance to enjoy back in September when we were thinking college football playoff. And that is, if Vanderbilt's kicker makes that field goal, it was about to become a 2-point conversion festival. And I'm thinking to myself, that's ridiculous. Now, it would sound like sour grapes as a Missouri fan. This had nothing to do with Missouri. Missouri's out of it. I'm watching A&M. They win that game. They're in the college football playoff with a win over Texas. Now, they still could get to the college football playoff because if they beat Texas this week, they get to play Georgia in the SEC championship game and win their way in. With that said, the 2-point conversions after 2 overtimes is absurd, and I'd like to think that that is going to come to an end. Gentlemen, what do you think of the 2-point conversions after 2 overtimes?
I don't understand it. Like, why was it even a thing? Why is it necessary?
Now it's gotten the proper attention for being a rule change. It's ridiculous.
I think they do it to try to avoid teams having to play 5,
That's
6,
exactly
7,
right.
or 8
I think there was an
overtimes.
Arkansas, maybe Ole Miss game that went 7 overtimes. I was listening to Scott Van Pelt's podcast. Love that podcast. Usually Stanford Steve's on with him. And he says, here's what you do. You start at the 50. And I guarantee you're not going to have 3 overtimes. Start at the 50. as opposed to the 25-yard line, and that would end it, because then you still got to get it at the very least to the 38 to make it realistic for a college kicker to hit a 55-yarder. But starting at the 25 is where you run into these long overtimes. I think that's the right solution. I think that's a rule that absolutely has to go away. And then in addition to it, what you're going to have here with the College Football Playoff Committee tomorrow night, all hell's about to break loose, because you're going to have a core discussion on a one-loss Indiana team that got 150 yards of offense over teams, take your pick of whomever, that's going to have way more losses, and by way I mean 2 or 3 losses as opposed to Indiana's 1, not get in. And all that's going to do is incentivize teams to not schedule in the non-conference. A&M on the outside looking in because they chose to play against Notre Dame. Clemson on the outside looking in because their rivalry game with South Carolina are opening up the season against Georgia. It's a bad thing for college football, and candidly, I have no idea what the solution is.
I think the biggest question to me is Indiana at 10-1, this, kind of darling of college football. Do they just get shucked aside because everybody's like, you didn't beat anybody? Kind of the Florida State treatment from a year ago. All right, we're going to dig a little deeper. We're going to make a decision. Sorry, it's going to hurt some feelings. I don't know if they can do that. I think they love that narrative of Indiana.
The great thing for Indiana was Ole Miss in Gainesville, A&M on the Plains, and Alabama in Norman. That was huge for Indiana. But
so you think they're safe?
I would bet that Indiana's in. But the core question that's going to emerge here when these brackets come out is not only should they be, but are you valuing wins over great teams, or are you valuing minimizing losses? Because the old school college football mindset was, these are the 2 undefeated teams, they get in. The schedule wasn't necessarily factored in. It's whoever got to the end with 0 or 1 losses. And those days with the 12-team playoff are over. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. And you are also welcome to email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber is going to join us live from New York, and then we are efforting the Jim Montgomery press conference coming up at 8:30 live here on 101 ESPN. Family Golf is a longtime TMA sponsor, and they have their sim leagues going on right now. So when it gets cold out, you can go inside and play on their simulators and compete at Family Golf and Learning Center. Plus, holiday season is just around the corner. Book your holiday event at Family Golf and Learning Center, and they have gift cards available in the golf shop and online. It's familygolfonline.com. I love going there, whether I'm hitting the heated driving ranges or their simulators. The staff there full of great instructors. It's Family Golf and Learning Center. Sign up for their sim leagues or book your holiday party at Family Golf and Learning Center and get gift cards as well at the golf shop and online at familygolfonline.com. Family Golf, we make St. Louis better at golf. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Kerber is going to join us on the other side of the break on the Jim Montgomery News live from New York, where the Blues take on the Rangers tonight. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. The morning after, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. It's our pleasure to welcome to the program to get his perspective on the hiring of Jim Montgomery, the voice of the St. Louis Blues, who will have the call of the Blues and Rangers tonight on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful, and grateful for your time and adjusting with all that is going on right now. Jim Montgomery talking at the bottom of the hour, and we believe we're going to get to hear it courtesy of your phone.
Well, we'll see. I'm outside the building now, so when we're done, I'll try to get in, and I'll call Jackson, and we'll get it set up.
God bless.
Here's the one thing I do know. I took the 3-mile walk up from the hotel to Madison Square Garden, got some steps in, and I've already smoked about 2.5 packs of secondhand smoke, and I don't think I'm going to pass a drug test for about another week and a half.
Oh, no.
You're saying the THC is floating around Manhattan today?
Let's say that again, Martin.
I said the THC is floating around Manhattan today, is what you're saying.
Yeah, apparently this has become like a national pastime. I'm gonna go interview Jim Montgomery for the morning show. I'm gonna go, "What's up, dude?"
Kerbs, I want to ask you the same thing I asked Jeremy Rutherford when he was with us at 7:30 on the program. When you got the news, when you heard what was happening, how surprised were you?
Well, I'm actually more surprised you got Jeremy up that early.
JR takes shrapnel.
No, you know what? Honestly, Tim, I was not surprised. No. I was surprised and not surprised. Surprised because, anytime there is a coaching change, who's it going to be? And, it just doesn't happen where you announce the relieving of the firing of somebody and then the hiring of somebody without it having been some thought. Where I wasn't surprised with it is, in talking to some, other folks around the organization, there was really some pretty high expectations for this team. Now, I don't think Stanley Cup championship high, but definitely more competitive on a nightly basis high. And we weren't seeing that. And what I was real curious about is if they were serious about that competitiveness, then I think a change was probably going to come. Now, what precipitated it? Plain and simply, Jim Montgomery becoming available. I don't think it's any different than when Boston made Bruce Cassidy available. I don't think it's any different than, honestly, what Vegas did when San Jose fired Pete DeBoer, or was it Dallas? One of the two. And Vegas made Vegas made the media change to bring Pete DeBoer in. So, this moves the St. Louis Blues closer to kind of their long-term plan. And the reality of it is, as I was told by, one member of hockey operations, hey, this is the business of the NHL. And so Blues move forward, and you go from there.
Well, Kerbs, Blues are 9-12-1. What should they be? What level of disappointment is there in the current product? Do you think what's realistic?
Well, I think realistically, Martin, you have to acknowledge that the injuries were to some really key players. When you count Torrey Krug, you've got 3 out of 3 potential top 4 defensemen out of the lineup. And then for, a good, 8-12 games, you lost Robert Thomas. So I think injuries are realistic. But what wasn't happening with Robert in the lineup, and with those other guys in the lineup at the beginning was the offense was stagnant. The special teams trend from last year didn't continue. They fell back to the bottom on both of them. There was not a whole lot of offense. And then, there wasn't a lot of lineup consistency either as they were trying to figure out what would click. And then it snowballs and it's hard to get out of at that point in time. And, look, this is something that I've said this a lot on some of the other shows, like when I, looked at some of the comparisons to the Cardinals scenario there too. When you have a team that you think is better, inexperienced coaches at this level, it can be a real challenge, especially when you've got younger players trying to take the next step, and I think Drew Bannister, for his time with the St. Louis Blues, did a fantastic job in this organization. The Blues have prospects playing in the NHL because of his coaching for 5 years as the head coach of their minor league system, and that cannot be denied. It was just a really difficult situation for him to be in my opinion. And I think he handled things pretty doggone well. He handled the pressures of the moment. He handled the challenges. He handled the accountability. It's just in this case, This feels a lot to me like when, Doug Armstrong brought in Ken Hitchcock and said, okay, I've got a proven guy that knows how to win as a coach at this level, so it's now on the players in the room. And I think that's what leads to it. So they did not – they were just too inconsistent, Martin, on a nightly basis. And, again, like I said, if the St. Louis Blues were serious about this team being in a better spot, then it was not going the direction they wanted it to go.
Right now, there are only 3 teams in the league that have scored fewer goals than the Blues. You think Montgomery can do anything with the X's and O's to get that turned around in a significant way?
Yeah, I do think he can. I think he has the experience to do it, Doug. Where he was really, really good for the St. Louis Blues, believe it or not, which will counteract what I just said, was when he took over the penalty kill as an assistant coach, whose penalty killing was absolutely fantastic. But, yeah, I think his offensive scheme, I think he has the experience to put guys in there. I think they'll look at things a little bit differently, maybe look for a little more structure in that offensive zone and go from there. Now, look, this is still going to be a work in progress. That's why they gave him a 5-year contract. They aren't where they want to be. They aren't where they need to be. And as Doug Armstrong clearly stated yesterday, they are patiently waiting for the transition to Snuggerud, Dvorsky, and some of these other first-round picks from over in Europe to come over. So there is part of a process here, but I think Jimmy Montgomery and his command of that bench and certain aspects of things can really jumpstart this team.
Chris Kerber, our guest, live from New York. Blues and Rangers tonight. And Jim Montgomery meeting with the media for the first time as Blues head coach, coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. And through Chris Kerber's phone, we're hoping to carry that live for you here on 101 ESPN. You know him. You also know what he was able to do coming up through the ranks of college, and then also in Dallas. The record that he had in Boston 2 years ago was just absurd. What is it about his game? What is it about what he does as a coach that has led to his success that Blues fans can anticipate as they watch this team, not only necessarily short term because the roster is what it is at the moment, but throughout his tenure as he ideally starts to develop some of this young talent?
Well, okay, so first off, I think his experience level automatically comes in and it gives you a little swagger, right? And that's important. Okay, it's hard for a first-time coach, and this isn't just Drew Bannister, guys. And when I mean first-time coach, I mean in the NHL. It's hard to sometimes come in and you're coming in a situation. You got a mix of the kind of players that the Blues have. Some that have won Stanley Cups, some that are just trying to cut their teeth, right? And how do you connect with all of them? To me, it's communication. And the one thing that Jimmy Montgomery has is he has that ability to communicate. He has the ability to get across what he needs to get across to both the younger players and the veteran players. You know, guys like Reddick Fox that have already played for him. Fox that played for him in Dallas told me yesterday he was really liked playing for him. He said he was easy to play for because he told you exactly what he wanted. Sounds a lot like Craig Berube a bit there, doesn't it? This guy then came in, and after, going through a tough spell and coming out on the other side after his stint in Dallas, he's won a national championship at the collegiate level, so he knows how to coach players. He's coached players into the NHL from the collegiate level. And then he also got a chance to grow and work under Craig Berube, a Stanley Cup champion coach. And what went wrong in Boston, man, I have no idea. I don't think I'd have let him go, considering the last 2 seasons that they had. I think I would have worked on a roster scenario instead. Mm-hmm. But in that sense, to me, his ability to communicate, his ability to have some schemes, and they come in now and they're like, okay, we got a guy that 2 years ago just had a team and coached a team to the best record in the history of the league. If that doesn't mean something to a veteran player and that doesn't open your eyes to a younger player, then the problem is the players, not a coach.
Yeah, that situation in Boston, quite intriguing, both from we tried to work out a contract extension to, we had the best coach in the league 2 years ago, and now he's out. As you said, though, this is the life in the National Hockey League. Kerbs, we know you got to get in there, and we know you are going to attempt to be able to connect us to the Jim Montgomery presser here at 8:30, so we will let you go. Thank you so much for adjusting your schedule to join us earlier, and thank you for the help as you attempt to make this connection at the bottom of the hour. We really appreciate it, man.
All right, guys. Sounds good.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us live from New York. He'll be on the call, Blues and Rangers at the Garden tonight, and via his phone, we're hoping to hear from Jim Montgomery. I know people are asking about what's going to happen with the coaching staff. Jeremy Rutherford said that did not come up in the conversation with Doug Armstrong yesterday. I would imagine you're going to hear answers from Jim Montgomery in about 15 minutes on that. I'd be surprised if Steve Ott is not a part of this, but hey, you know what? We'll see what he has to say coming up here in about 15 minutes. Chris Kerber with us live from New York. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on TMA. This is 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving week, everybody. And you know what? We're hosting at the Kerber house coming Thursday. You know what I don't have to worry about? The furnace. I had had Classic Air Care come to the house a week and a half ago. They cleaned it out. They vacuumed it out. They made sure it was clear. It's an 8-year-old unit. It's got a lot of life left in it. So you want to maintain it just like you'd maintain your car. So big thanks to Drew for coming over to the house and taking care of things. And that's a good peace of mind that I no longer have to worry about on a busy week, especially with us traveling leading right up to that holiday. Do the same thing I did. Call Classic Air Care. Go online, book an appointment at classicaircare.com. They'll take care of you the way they took care of me, and you can count on that great service because I would not be telling you about it if I didn't believe in it. Again, classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Just put it in perspective for you, Doug?
It really did, and I needed that, too, because I was out of perspective until this. This puts it right back into it.
Oh, by the way, tomorrow at 9:30, we got a big one. Surprise. Jackie, on a 1 to 10, how good is this one?
8.5.
Okay.
What was Keith Kachuk? So I can get some context.
No, don't give anything away here.
He was an 8.
Oh, this is better.
I think they're both 8.5s.
Oh.
I do.
Boy,
I
you don't
really
want
do.
this guy on the stand, Doug. You don't want him on the stand.
I really do. I'm looking
Okay, I
forward to
did
this
murder that whole family. I'm sorry, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. Also, Bob Wallace in studio tomorrow, longtime NFL executive. Remember,
I'm looking forward to that.
And he's running the Dome right now. He's replacing on an interim basis Kitty Radcliffe, who ran the Dome forever. So Bob is in that role, but he was an executive, ran the building of Rams Park. He was executive vice president under Shaw and Georgia and that whole operation. But as a young lawyer, worked for Bill Bidwell and the Cardinals. He was there when they were at New York meetings and they were trying to decide if the Big Red would stay. And Chuck Knight from Emerson said, "Let me make a call here." And Bill Bidwell said, "They promised me this, this, and this." And then Chuck Knight goes, "Yeah, we're not going to be able to do that." And then the team ended up in Arizona.
Right. I can't wait to hear his perspective. I had this interview with Gene McNary, the former county executive, and then with Mayor Vince Schamel. And McNary, I don't know if I've ever told you this, Martin, so I can't wait to hear what Bob Wallace has to say about it. McNary said they had a deal to build a building essentially either where Hollywood Casino Amphitheater is now or Rams Park is, somewhere in that neighborhood, that would have kept the Cardinals here. And not only that, but the San Antonio Spurs called him, and they were interested in moving and playing in that building. And then he went to meet with Vince Schamel, and Vince Schamel was told by Civic Progress, which include Chuck Knight, that if you move this team outside of the St. Louis city limits, you can kiss your political career goodbye. So then, in fairness, I have Schamel in to talk that over, and Schamel says that story is not true. Bill Bidwell said that he would not sell AB products at his football stadium. He had zero interest in staying here. That story isn't true. So I'm anxious to hear what Bob Wallace has to say.
Because Bob has always said, unlike Kroenke, who loved the California idea, I think deep down always wanted to be the conquering hero in L.A., he swears, Bob Wallace, that Bidwell didn't want to move. They just wanted a new stadium.
So that would then line more up with Gene McNary's anecdote.
So
I can't wait to hear this.
8:30, they would have a hard out at 9:25.
So is it 8:30 to 9:30 tomorrow?
8:30 to 9:30. They were producing on the air.
I like
that. 8:30 to 9:30, Bob Wallace. And then the surprise guest is at 9:30 on Tuesday.
Can we have initials on this?
No, it's way too early for that. Channel 4 has a thing called the Surprise Team, and we're now in litigation against them.
Oh, is that right? There's some litigation going on.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying that.
It's the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN. You can watch the program on YouTube, TMA STL channel, and the 101 ESPN channel give you those options. And we've already been joined by Jeremy Rutherford and Chris Kerber on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. We are looking forward to hearing the Jim Montgomery. I don't know if I would call it a press conference, but he's meeting with the media for the first time as the head coach of the Blues live from Madison Square Garden and via Chris Kerber's phone. We're hoping to have that for you here in about 5 minutes. I'm expecting the new coach bump, even though I realize that they still have some injuries that they are navigating, and Thomas returned 6 days ago against the Wild. It's not like the offense has returned, as Pavel Buchnevich made clear in his post-game thoughts following the loss to the Islanders on Saturday, which I didn't think was a big endorsement of Drew Bannister, for the record. Are you expecting a new coach bump? You tend to see it in the NHL.
Yeah. In the stock market, they call it a dead cat bounce.
I like that.
Yeah, maybe that's what we'll get. But the Rangers are a good team. Rangers are 12-6-1. So
yeah, coming off a Western Canada road trip, they're on a 2-game losing streak. But yeah, they were one of the better teams in the league before that. Still are. But
it would be a nice win to pick up. But yeah, usually the players all want to put a little extra effort in the first night.
It's unbelievable. It happens in every sport, doesn't it?
It does. It's
unbelievable.
NHL and college football, I feel like, have that happen more often than not. I don't know why it is.
Like, everybody takes their effort up a notch. We got a new news director years ago, and this photographer who maybe wasn't all that attuned with working too hard. I remember him saying, I better start using a tripod for a while. And I said, well, why is that? Well, we have a new boss. So everybody kind of ups their game a little bit. So maybe tonight, Tim, maybe they...
So Jordan Kyrou's going to start using a tripod?
Use a tripod. Will the Blues start using a tripod? That's the key to turning this whole mess around. I think they'll play well. I agree with the bump. I'm not sure they'll win. It's not a soft landing. You got the Rangers, and the Devils are a first-place team on Wednesday, so they're not putting him in this great position. I kind of thought maybe you come home, put him in place for the Philly game.
Yeah.
Hey, we're at home. Get through. Let Bannister, unfortunately, have the rough ride of this East Coast trip. Again, the timing of it surprised me. The fact that he's the coach does not. I like the hitch analogy.
Yeah.
That you have a coach you're bringing in because you think your team is sort of transitioning. They're not good yet, but they're getting there. And then when they are ready to be a, quote, cup contender, you've got the right guy behind the bench. I thought that was an interesting analogy.
how long until the bounce wears off and the players stop using tripods? I mean, do you get a bounce for a week and then everybody settles back into where they used to be?
That's a great point.
Holds the camera on their shoulder and gets shaky video?
For the first month of Berube, they did not use the tripod. And then about a month in, after hearing Laura Branigan, they decided, let's use a tripod. And they took it all the way down Market Street.
They should have never gotten rid of Gloria. Should have never done that.
Doug is adamant on that and Missouri uniforms being worn garbage. Those are his most passionate takes.
Should have been their thing. That should be their song every time they win a game.
I thought of Doug on Sunday because the Mizzou basketball had sort of the old school Mizzou with
That's what they're wearing this year.
The yellow
That's what they're wearing that year in and year out.
Are they going to wear that every
game in and game out? Yeah.
Is that right? I thought it looked pretty sharp.
Which goes against the brand being the oval tiger. So that kind of flies in the face.
Mixed message?
I guess they're not worried about recruiting in basketball. How could you possibly recruit with old school uniforms?
All right, we are going to see if Chris Kerber's phone can work in the bowels of Madison Square Garden. Doug, will we hear the subway from Penn Station, or will we hear
a lot of it
Jim
depends
Montgomery?
On how close his phone is to Jim Montgomery's yapper.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. Jim Montgomery, new head coach of the Blues, making his first comments as Blues head coach. Ideally, we are going to get to hear those via Chris Kerber's phone here in a matter of moments on 101 ESPN. Illinois Recovery Center is a longtime sponsor of TMA, and we're very grateful for not only their support of the program, but for the service they provide to St. Louis area residents. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. They can help. They have built an incredible operation to help area families and people battling addiction. Go to IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. That's IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Chris Kerber's phone with Jim Montgomery.
Chris's phone
next.
I hope it's charged.
I can't wait to see how it sounds. We'll find out. We'll hope to hear from Jim Montgomery next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's has been family and locally owned operated for 30 years, and Michael at Michael's Flooring takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that is why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. That's right, $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience and the best price, and that is why, again, he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, and that is awesome compensation in this industry. They have it all, but carpet is back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, in Creve Coeur on Olive, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Holidays are coming, and I know that people love to entertain and show off their home. There is no better way than getting floored at Michael's. Go to igotfloored.com, and if you're interested in a carpet installation job with Michael's, he's giving away $7 a square yard as compensation. Just go to igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Jim Montgomery, new Blues coach, talking to the media right now. You're going to hear that on the other side of this break. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber is efforting the communication with Jim Montgomery live from Madison Square Garden. We go to it now here on 101 ESPN.
And calls, but once it turned to business, the engine and my blood started pumping.
When did Army call? How long after you had heard?
Yeah, honestly, it's been a whirlwind. The particulars, I really don't want to get into when and all that. I just want to talk about how excited I am to be a Blue, and I'm just grateful that Army did make the call.
You were, it's less than a week that it ended in Boston, but you're still, the motor's going, right? So does that help you get right back into the fact that you didn't, but I'm going?
I think it helps because you don't lose sight of the schedule, the energy, the importance of how you need to touch different players and different lines and talk to your leaders and captains. And, so all those things, it's easily transferable, and you don't get a chance to take a breath and get away from it. So I do think it's an advantage.
For players to be invested with another in the same week.
Yeah, those are the emotional swings I talk about that makes it crazy. I received text messages from current Blues players when I was let go in Boston, and I've received text messages from Bruins players when I got the job here. And that's why I talk about why it's a special game with the relationships you build with people. When you get a phone call and you hear Doug Armstrong's vision and plan and how you're a big part of it, it makes you feel like this is just the right place to go. I can't believe he's very persuasive.
What's job number one? What's your first task when you take? You've been at this job less than 24 hours, right? And here you are, ready to play a game. What are you looking at right now?
I think the number one thing is to reconnect with the guys that I worked with previously when I was fortunate enough to be a Blue. Create new relationships with the others that I haven't worked with. But most importantly, it's about attitudes and intensity, the energy that we're going to bring to the ring, and the attitudes that it's a we thing here.
You had the hotel, especially with guys that. How was that help you achieve the head start?
I think it gives me a tremendous head start because there's been hard talk. There's been, a lot of good memories. We did a lot of good things. And watching the growth of all of these individuals, Shen was an assistant. Now he's a captain. Borrego and Falk was not an assistant when I was here. And now Robbie Thomas is wearing a letter. The relationships I have with Kyrou and Vucinovic, still guys that think the game at a high level, that compete. Those are things I'm looking forward to continuing. And we got a tremendous goaltender and a great young goalie that I had the fortune of doing shootouts with when I was doing skill work at the end of practice. So there's just a lot of, to go to your meeting part, there was naturally a lot of smiles between us because of what we've been through before. We've been through a lot of wars together already. I love it there. And it's about the people. And I talk about the people. The Blues fans are incredible, they're a blue-collar town, and they want to see a blue-collar team. And that's the most important thing that we got to establish is being a blue-collar team that the city and fans are proud of, whether it goes back to, Players through Kelly Chase, You go through Al McInnes, you go all through the players, Bernie Federico. There's so many that have stayed in St. Louis. They're part of the fiber of the culture. And that's what it means to be a Blue.
Have you left Boston?
No.
No.
My kids are in school in Boston today.
So how does this then work? I mean, what's the from a personal standpoint, like what the whole family to St. Louis? Do you split that?
We'll move in the summertime.
Yeah,
because it's just too much to uproot them in the middle of school. And they're either on hockey teams, dance teams, gymnastics. They got their own lives right now. And, your kids and their development is more important than anything. It's hard to be apart, but we're going to make it work.
Just touch on it a little bit, but we work with the guys, the lead guys. Will that experience help you pull out the best in some of the high end?
I think no question, because the guys in Boston are such respected high-end players in the league, and it's not going to be a comparison thing. It's going to be, this is what I learned from them, and this is what I can impart on you, and this is like, when you get a chance to work with guys like Bergeron, Marchand, Pasternak, McAvoy daily, then you see the culture there. It's something that has made me better, and I'm going to impart that and use that and put it part of our fiber here to make things better for us as our culture and how we go about our standards of excellence.
You were a head coach for Dallas. What did you then learn as an assistant for the Craig Berube staff that you take to Boston and now back here to St. Louis?
In one word, I think it was efficiency. Just the way how efficient it was to get practice done, how efficient it was to get video and translate it to practice. It helped me become more efficient. It was huge. First, it shows the commitment by Tom Stillman, the ownership group, and Doug Armstrong and Alex Steen that, we're going to do this together. We're going to build it the right way, and we expect to be good in time here. How quickly that ceiling, I got to get my hands in with these guys, and I think our ceiling is pretty good. What we determine the ceiling by our work ethic, our communication together, and how we go about our day-to-day tasks. You know what? That's a good question, a really good question, because as a coach, you coach for today, but I'm also coaching for tomorrow. So there's going to be a balance of, okay, what do we need to do to be competitive right now without losing sight of the development of the team? And the team is always going to be first. The Blue Note's always going to be first, and that's our team identity, and not letting the standard that we set flip from our structure point. And then it's also, there's some players that need to play, and that's, learning how to win in this league is part of that development.
Jim Montgomery live from Madison Square Garden. Unique set of circumstances there as Chris Kerber is holding up his phone so we can get that live, but that means we can't hear all of the questions. So for those of you just joining us, that was the reasoning for it, but we thought that awkwardness was worth it so you could hear him live, and it's just not an ideal set of circumstances, but nonetheless, you got to hear him. Three things stood out to me from what we were hearing from the new Blues head coach live at Madison Square Garden. Number one, the fact that current Blues immediately texted him when he lost his job in Boston. Number two, the mindset that he has, he sounds like a guy who is thrilled to be there. And maybe I'm reading too much into it. And he also sounds like a guy who clearly commands the room. And that's not intended to be a shot at Drew Bannister. I've got nothing against Drew Bannister whatsoever. I don't imagine too many people do. As a person anyway, maybe some people didn't like what they saw as mistakes. But there's a confidence there that comes from experience and success. And I also think the undercurrent was the happiness that he is in St. Louis and what that means for him and his family, with a wife from here and kids who I think really love living here and will be moving here over the summer. And then finally, one of the toughest things for whether it be Berube, Bannister, and now Montgomery is this. The Blues are in this retool, but they also have Doug Armstrong saying this is a team that we expect to compete. So are you trying to give minutes to guys so that they can develop? Or are you trying to win? And you've got to try to find that happy medium. And he just tended to that in the final question that he was asked when he said, that's a really good question. And my guess is the question came from whichever reporter asking about how do you balance making sure the young players get the ice and the experience to develop while the team attempts to get themselves back into the playoffs. But that's a tough charge for anybody managing this unique set of circumstances for the Blues.
And as much as Doug Armstrong's gotten credit for being transparent, willing to just address the elephant in the room, I think he's also thrown out a bit of a confusing message because people have said, well, they're in the retool. Well, but this team should contend for the playoffs. And I think even this move has people confused. Okay, so they are kind of going for it? Okay. So I think there's a little bit of confusion, even if you're Jim Montgomery. Well, we want to make the playoffs. Okay, we want to develop the young players. So they're trying to kind of balance that at the same time. I think Blues fans love the fact that he references a player, he references a chaser. He was teammates with Kelly Chase and Brett Hull. He was only here 1 year, but certainly as a player, 2 years as an assistant, but certainly has an appreciation for the franchise, which it's not the same as winning and losing games, but you know with that fan base that also resonates.
If he can take this current roster that right now is without three of its top defensemen, and take this team and turn it into a playoff team, then it would have really been a heck of a coaching job. Because right now they don't look like a playoff team.
No.
But if he can turn them around and become one, then wow.
One of the things
a great hire.
I'm looking forward to seeing is what they're able to do over the next few games. I don't know if it's necessarily fair to go, okay, tonight against the Rangers, are they going to be able to score 3 goals? They're going to score 4 goals. But what they can do offensively, let's see what happens here over the next week. They're going to get some good challenges tonight at Madison Square Garden, Wednesday against the Devils, before coming home to take on the Flyers, and then put to the test with a Western Canadian road trip right away after that one home game. People are picking up on that enthusiasm. I didn't know if that would be something that others heard as well. Wow, Montgomery seems legitimately excited beyond the 5-year contract about being the Blues head coach. That is a good thing. That is from the 314. Harrison's brother Master, who's rarely happy about anything, says he's thrilled, and this is enormous. You can develop the young players by playing them trying to win. The veterans don't guarantee success. That's from the 567. So that is the response right now from a sampling of 101 ESPN listeners.
Do you think if they go on a great run here, we'll go back and point to this moment, kind of like Gloria will just say Kerb's lucky phone?
I think so.
Launched
and
it.
Using the tripod.
Nobody asked Coach, by the way. Do you think how long will the players use the tripod until they kind of decide, the new guy, he's not so new anymore?
Shaky video's okay now.
Did he win the press conference? I think that's really what we need to decide. I think it's always important.
Win the press conference.
Every coach said to Rams Park, a lot of winning press conferences. Not a lot of winning games, a lot of winning press conferences.
Well, he certainly seems likable, and that's got a lot to do with winning the press conference. People want to like the head coach, and he's a hard guy not to like.
And the resume, he won a college championship as a player. He won a college championship as a coach. He won twice in minor league hockey. Doug liked his work up in Dubuque, so he did pay his dues.
He played for the River Otters.
He played for the River Otters.
Right, Coach.
Gosh, talk about where'd he go to high school? That's all that's left, really, to be asked.
Gosh, I hope it was somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tim, we are scoring 6 tonight. That's from Bishin About Sports. Doug, if you want to bet that, you probably can get some good odds on the Blues scoring 6.
Have a great week, guys. Let's get it.
That's from the 636. How about that? Somebody just came in and they're fired
ready
up.
to play.
Everybody's fired up.
Coach has got folks ready to run through the wall. You know what? If you don't have that kind of energy, you might need to go to my friends at Mentality Health.
Doug, how about the segue there?
It's all written out.
You go out there and tell them, I want some of what Monty's got. He is fired up, and I haven't been so fired up lately. You've lost your edge, your energy. You want to get that focus back. And a lot of times you think about this, it's just about the bedroom. That's not the whole story. It's also about the weight room. It's also about your daily operation, your work, your family. You just lose that edge. You want to get it back? Go see our friends at Mentality Health, lowtusa.com. That's the website. The difference here, you're going to meet in person. Get that consultation. I sat down with Kevin and Dave, and they talk about what are your goals? How do you want to get back in the game? And then they'll do the blood panel. All of your blood work is done. Then they go through the results with you. A lot of times folks saying, I don't know, I'm just kind of tired. low fatigue. I don't know. I still don't have the energy I used to. Well, it could very well be low testosterone. LowTUSA.com is where you can go. Mood swings, irritability, weight gain, muscle loss, all of those are signs of low T. Find out more. Mentality Health out in Chesterfield Valley, beautiful location. They're also in South County. LowTUSA.com to get yourself back in the game.
There it is. Martin Kilcoyne for Mentality online at LowTUSA.com. Watch the program and participate in the chat. Droid Effects, bishing about sports, and Don Peep here, and they're talking it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. You can always be streaming the program via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. You are welcome to participate by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Gabe DeArmond going to be with us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, presented to you by James Carlton. And then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day in the 10 o'clock hour, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. We've already been joined on today's show by Jeremy Rutherford from New York, Chris Kerber from New York, and you heard Jim Montgomery's first ever press conference live from Madison Square Garden, where the Blues will take on the Rangers tonight. Pregame 5 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. We will take a commercial break and come back with more TMA here on 101. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie. And I'm here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service, because he is the best at it. When somebody's given out their private personal cell phone number to make sure that they are as accessible as possible, that is service. And we have that with so many of our advertisers on TMA. And you can add Stewie to the list. Here is his number for questions you may have. This is literally his cell number, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. So if you're looking to buy a home or refinance, make sure you call Stewie at 314-324-4440. In addition to that, check out the Bagel Loan. Google the Bagel Loan to learn how they are going to be able to get you no fees and no closing costs. It's an amazing program. I learned about it when I got a chance to meet with Stewie and his son, and now you can as well. Call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440 or Google the Bagel Loan. Jackson just announced to Martin, Doug, and myself that he's going to wet himself.
Because he's so excited about the Montgomery hire?
I think that's what it is.
Fired up.
We've been joined by Jim Montgomery via Chris Kerber's phone from Madison Square Garden. Chris Kerber himself and Jeremy Rutherford. So you miss anything, go back and podcast on the 101 ESPN app. There's also a TMA STL app that's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Gabe DeArmond is coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. This is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Jackson, you didn't rank the best audio, but we've got a lot of great audio from the weekend in college football. What do you want to go with? What do you want to do?
I kind of liked the Jackson Dart, the Ole Miss quarterback.
You don't see a quarterback weeping on the sidelines after interceptions too often in the SEC.
3 in a row right there.
In a matter of moments, and that was Jackson Dart as Ole Miss. I'm still not ruling. I don't know if I'm ruling anybody out. And if you want a value play, by the way, a value play, Texas A&M plus 17,500 to win the national championship. Am I expecting them to win? No. But they're actually one of the few teams that there is a clear road in. They beat Texas, which I would expect them to do, actually, and they beat Georgia, and they have a bye to the quarterfinals in the college football playoff because they would be the SEC champion. So Texas A&M at plus 17,500 strikes me as a great value, like comparatively speaking to Notre Dame at plus 1,200. That's the reason. I'm not saying I think they're going to win, but I'm pointing that out. And I don't know who I would rule out with certainty at this point of the teams that you still hear being discussed. But Ole Miss's chances certainly took a major hit when Jackson Dart threw multiple interceptions at the end of their loss at the Swamp. What a job by Billy Napier, by the way, to get his team to where they are in Gainesville. Here is Jackson Dart following the loss for Ole Miss to the Gators.
Jackson, if you don't mind, just kind of walk me through that interception in the end zone, maybe trying to hit juice.
Yeah, bad decision by me. I think the only thing I can really say right now is sorry. I'm sorry to my teammates. Sorry for my coaches. Sorry for the fans. Can't lose these games. This one's gonna hurt for a really long time. I think that's all I can really say now is I'm sorry.
Yeah, feel bad for him.
Yeah.
They were driving their late fourth quarter against Florida with short passes and runs moving right down the field, and then they just decided to throw a 50-yard bomb to a guy who was triple covered.
Florida is a completely different football team right now than they were even in October. I mean, Lagway he's a star. That's the one they should go with. And that's a team that's staring down the barrel of probably firing their coach, and they decided to stick with him. And
I love that they stuck with him.
I think maybe the guys they're buying back in, because if you're on a team that you know has a really tough schedule and your coach is likely to get fired at any moment, that can change. And now you're looking at other places you might want to go or who they're going to hire. But when they lock into your coach, it gives you a sense of security.
Jackson, one of the games that you gave us counsel for was Auburn and Texas A&M. If you want to talk about feeling bad for somebody, the dropped pass by Texas A&M, Amari Daniels. Oh, God, I can't imagine if he's on social media, the Hillbilly Festival in his DMs.
Yeah, it's so tough.
What a shame. You have this great athletic career, no doubt a big star in high school, gets to Texas A&M playing in front of 100,000 people, and you're going to remember it for a dropped pass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the colonel that we were texting throughout that game, Gabe DeArmond, is going to join us here in a few minutes. And he jokingly texted me, he goes, I think number 5 is going to get cut. And I'm like, and I was saying to my wife, we were watching the game, and I said, that's a Jackie Smith situation. I mean, Jackie Smith has this ridiculous career, couldn't be a kinder gentleman, still singing the national anthem at events. Didn't you go down, weren't you with him?
We were at Perryville together.
Yeah, Perryville, yeah. And that is nationally what he is still known for.
Yeah.
This, I don't think, will be at that level. That happened in the Super Bowl. But for Texas A&M fans, Amari Daniels' name will live forever for those who are around to see that. But the difference there versus Jackson Dart is Amari Daniels can still go out and play Texas this week and potentially, if they win, Georgia the following week and still get in. And it can be decided on the field. So A&M and Texas was already incredibly anticipated. Now it actually decides one half of the SEC championship. And I would point this out. I don't think that Texas is automatically in if they lose that game to Texas A&M. If I had to bet, I would say they would be just because of the number of losses for other SEC teams. But then it gets into who has Texas beaten. They have the same conversation that Indiana has.
Yeah.
What's their best win?
Boy, like Michigan.
In Ann Arbor?
Yeah, probably Michigan.
Vanderbilt in Nashville?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're going to get into that kind of
conversation
conversation there on that one. Doug, Callier and Thompson phone lines is where Gabe DeArmond's going to be calling in momentarily. Callier and Thompson, longtime phone line sponsor on TMA.
They sure. We're officially 1 month away from Christmas. You know what would be a great gift? It gives your wife or significant other a gift of a new Callier and Thompson kitchen. Boy, you'd hit a home run with that, wouldn't you? Now, you couldn't get it done by Christmas, of course. It's a long process, a lot of planning. You got to pick out the appliances and the cabinets and the flooring and all that. But Callier and Thompson has all the people there to do that for you. They've got the designers right there. Got a great showroom there on Manchester next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House out in Baldwin. This is a business been around since the 1950s. Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati have owned it for more than 20 years now, and their team has everything you could possibly need, whether you're redoing your kitchen or a bathroom or any area of the house, really. The basement, a wine room, a man cave, a bar, accent room, fireplace, wall, office, you name it. They have done it, and they do it better than anyone in town. They have specialists do the job. Also, they carry top-name appliances like Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero. So if you want your kitchen, your bathroom, whatever, if you want it done right and you want it done by the real pros, this is where people in St. Louis go. They go to Collier & Thompson. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a Torch Award for ethics with the BBB. All their workers are insured. This is the place you need to go if you're looking to seriously redo your house. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. A gentleman texting in that Texas has more wins over bowl-eligible teams than anyone else in the SEC. I wonder if that might be a Longhorn texting in. Doug, we're big into telling people to shove things up their backside today.
I never do that.
Has to be shiny.
It does have to be shined, though. And in this case,
eligible.
Bowl-eligible.
That's most of the team. That's about 2/3 of the team that play Division I.
That's correct. And if I'm not mistaken, if Wardam were somehow able to beat Rolldam in the Iron Bowl this weekend, Auburn would be bowl-eligible, and I believe that'd be 14 bowl-eligible teams in the SEC. Doug, there are 16 teams in the conference.
Do they all have shirts that say that? Do they all say bowl bound?
They say we go to bowls around here. Well, there are like 42 bowl games, right? So that's like 84 teams going to bowls.
I actually think there might be more, but now the number of teams eligible may be reduced because the bowls are now tied into the college football playoff. I personally would look at top 25 wins, and then if you want to take it even deeper, top 10 wins. And that is why I think Ohio State, as far as teams with a loss go, Ohio State, if they beat Oregon in the Big Ten championship, will be the number one seed, and I would say justifiably so. I'm operating on the premise that they don't have any problems with the Wolverines this weekend, although Ryan Day has certainly had his issues with the Wolverines.
So with Texas, would they get credit then, top 25, beating Michigan, beating Oklahoma, both ranked at the time? Although you look at it now and you're like, are those really good wins?
And that's a tough thing. I look at it now. Missouri beat a ranked Boston College team, but then as the season progresses, you kind of get a better idea of what everybody is. So I look at it more through the lens of the present. But one of the tough things about that is in order for a team to beat a team, well, then that team collects a loss, and so therefore they drop in the rankings. So
Florida State was top 10 to start the season. We have clearly seen that they are not even close to that. So much like the dossier, it's a fluid ranking system.
Oh, Doug, there it is, dossier fluid.
Has any program ever fallen apart quicker than Florida State, going from an undefeated season to what they're now 2-9 and last place in the ACC?
I'm sure it's happened before. I'm sure after some sanctions have been passed down in college football history that you'll get some bad years after that.
That's pretty drastic, though.
Yeah.
To go undefeated.
But it works both ways, man. You can be the worst team and that nobody knows and have a great year, and then by proxy, you can also flip it.
Don't say by proxy.
We can joke, but Indiana only has one win over a bowl-eligible team. So, ... Jackson, do you have a problem with that?
Huge problem. I have a lot of problems going on. Yeah.
Well, that was from strap-on number 18, though.
That's the 18th one, though. That's the lucky one.
How could you use by proxy in the Indiana schedule?
I have no idea. Okay. I don't know. By proxy, Nebraska, do they win? I know Dylan Raiola did the Mahomes celebration, also getting fined like his boy.
Who's the best team? Oregon, Ohio State? Are those two a notch above?
If you gave me, I can pick anybody, I would take Ohio State.
To win it all.
To win it all.
Same.
Once this thing rolls out, your favorite would be Ohio State.
But from a gambling standpoint, I think it is, it's obvious. It's because you have 12 teams. That goes without saying. But even if you didn't have the 12-team playoff, it's my sense for the first time since 2007, the year Missouri got to number one, but they got to number one in part because it was chaos, that I think that it doesn't mean that it will happen, but from an odds standpoint, if you told me that Miami won the national championship, I wouldn't be shocked. I know it sounds ridiculous. Maybe it doesn't sound ridiculous. Tennessee won the national championship. Would it absolutely shock you You know, I mean, keep in mind, Ohio State about a month ago had 2 big goal line stands against Penn State. Otherwise, they're sitting there with 2 losses. Ohio State had to fade Nebraska at home. You just haven't seen a team look dominant. And you can point to Oregon and go, they're undefeated, but in the first 2 weeks of the season, they were fighting for their lives against Idaho and then Boise State. And I realized, you go, okay, well, Boise State's legit, but Idaho is a different set of circumstances. And because it was flying under the radar versus the game with Georgia and Ole Miss last Saturday, that's a team that was trailing a bad Wisconsin team in Madison last Saturday night. Point being, what many of us in our 20s, 30s, and 40s grew up with were teams that were dominant throughout the course of the year. You don't have that this year. And so from a value standpoint, I think you could diversify on a few of the teams that would be long shots right now, and you might get home. But if you're asking me if I got to pick one team, I would go with Ohio State. You agree with that, Doug, or would you go somewhere else?
Well, I would like to have someone by proxy decides for me.
Jackson, would you like to be Doug's proxy?
Ohio State.
Oh, well, there you go.
All right.
And it's what Tim's saying, but I don't look at any of these teams and say, boy, they're like Alabama was 5-10 years ago.
Exactly.
You say
LSU with Burrow, that was a dominant team.
Because you say, oh, Texas is 10-1, they're 3rd ranked. Yeah. Penn State, they're 4th ranked, they're 10-1. Yeah. Notre Dame's 10-1. Okay. Georgia 9-2. You start looking at it and saying, where are the beast teams that you used to have that you would just say nobody's...
Talent's been spread out.
Yeah.
Talent gets spread out.
Almost everybody, except Oregon, almost everybody has a loss, and I guess Ohio State too, where you go, oh, wow, I sure didn't see that coming. They almost all do.
Well, in the SEC,
have a really bad loss.
Absolutely. I don't think Texas necessarily has a bad loss because it came against Georgia. But if you watched that game, that was the proverbial game control, and that was all on the side of Georgia for that game. We'll get the Colonel's perspective. He's brought to you by James Carlton. He joins us in the 9 o'clock hour. That is coming your way next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels.
Just days away from Thanksgiving. That means the holiday gift-giving, gift shopping season is also here. It's stressful. You don't know what to get people. How about this idea? Give them the gift of Me Time. Me Time from Massage Envy. It's a gift card that your family member, your friend, your colleague, they can use that gift card for a massage, a facial, a stretch session. They decide. That's now through December 31st, and it's an even better deal because when you buy $150 in gift cards, you'll also get a free $40 promo card. You can keep that for yourself. You're stressed out, you can go get a massage or add it to someone's gift. Massage Envy, where better begins. Stressful time of year, thinking of gift ideas. Nothing better than giving them the gift of Me Time from Massage Envy. Offer good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details this holiday season. Make it out your list. What to give people? Keep it in mind. Me Time from Massage Envy.
Oh, wow. You heard this over the cowbells on Saturday afternoon, Doug.
I didn't hear it.
What?
I didn't hear it.
The cowbells drowned it out?
Well, I was having lunch at Luke Bryan's place down in Nashville.
Oh.
And I really was unable to see the game.
They didn't have
it
the
up.
Missouri-Mississippi State game on?
No, they didn't have it up.
Whoa.
No, they didn't.
What a miss.
So I missed most of it.
Game Day Hour is brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday here on TMA. And James Carlton is in studio, and he just dropped knowledge.
What did he drop?
Go ahead. It's your statistic. I mean, you get it.
I mean, this is just Take Smith, but I
It's not
heard.
Take Smith, it's
well,
objective.
I saw. There are reports on Twitter that. Who was that team we were just talking about?
UMass.
UMass.
The Minutemen.
UMass has played more SEC teams with a winning record than the University of Texas has.
How about that? That is a nice little statistic.
You think UMass could sneak in, Tim? You think maybe?
I like UMass. I like their chances. For the record, if you would, the longest odd team right now of a team that would be considered in the mix would be, I guess they're still alive. Nobody can figure out the Big 12 situation.
Oh, yeah.
BYU and Iowa State are both 25,000 to win the national championship. South Carolina may be alive. They're plus 12,500. Let's get the perspective of the Colonel, Gabriel P.D. Armand of PowerMizzou.com. Morning, Colonel.
Hi, guys. What's going on?
Yeah, you kind of you're surprised that you actually heard a little knowledge while on hold. Of course, it didn't come from the host; it came from the sponsor. But that's a pleasant surprise for you.
Yeah, I mean, every now and again, the blind squirrel, you know?
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we'll start with the Missouri game. I was reading your column this morning on PowerMizzou, and this is exactly what I was thinking, and I think it was fair for people to think. It's what we were talking about when we were doing our Pick 6 on Friday. From my standpoint, either Missouri wins it big. I think I said they'll either win by 30 or they'll lose the game. And in the first about 10 minutes of the game, I'm going, oh, God, I think they're going to lose this game. And then to their credit, they get that scoop and score, and then everything took care of itself as Eli Drinkwitz and Kirby Moore just said, we're going to run the football. You can't stop us. And then that was a Missouri dominant performance.
Yeah, I never really thought they were going to lose. It was still too early in the game. But they didn't start all that well, but they didn't need to. I mean, Mississippi State is not good. They were worse than I thought they were going to be, and it was just kind of a show up, take care of business, nothing particularly flashy or exciting about it, but go win the game and move on. Honestly, it felt like a lot of Vanderbilt games in the past. It felt just, it's one you got to play. Let's get through it.
Gabe, big picture here, because we have senior day coming up, and they're going to. You had a great piece this morning, the 10 thoughts. There's only 3 seniors that'll be recognized that have been there their entire career, and that's.
Yeah, I added a 4th. Somebody pointed out that Will Norris is part of that, but yeah.
We'll have to break down his tape later because I don't know who that is. But you said Drake Heismeyer, Brady Cook, and Johnny Walker, right? Those are the 3 that have had their entire career at Mizzou, right?
Yeah, I think those are the guys that signed with Missouri out of high school and will walk on Saturday, and I don't think are eligible to go somewhere else. Mitchell Walters actually probably should be a part of that group because I think he's done too.
Well, Luther Burden, we all expect, this will be his last home game, perhaps his last game as a Missouri Tiger. Just talk about the impact he's had since he did commit to Mizzou, 2021?
Yeah, I think, I mean, like I wrote this morning, I think he's the kid that made it cool to go to Missouri, right? I think a lot of guys that are on this roster probably aren't on this roster without Luther doing it. And, he had a really good career, assuming Saturday is it. I mean, I think this is the last time we'll see him play. He hasn't officially said that, but he had a really good career. I think there will be some that think, well, I thought it was going to be more, but I think Luther is a little like Blaine Gabbert. He came here with expectations from the fan base that it simply wasn't possible to meet. I mean, nothing he could have done short of a Heisman Trophy and a national title would have met expectations people had on the day he signed. But I think he opened up a lot of avenues. He gave Eli Drinkwitz's program legitimacy. And then obviously, look, he had 1,200 yards for a team that won 11 games last year. So I think his legacy here is fairly secure, and he's not going to go down as the best receiver that's ever played here by any means. I think Denario and Jeremy Maclin both certainly had better careers, but Saturday really showed me on a couple plays he made, like, I really don't think I've ever seen anybody at Missouri that's better with the ball in his hands than Luther was or is.
I saw an NFL mock draft. He was number 5.
Is that right? Really?
I forget whose it was, but it was over the weekend. They listed him number 5. Gabe, on the Arkansas game, it was always Friday. They moved it to Saturday. Did we think that'll help with attendance? I guess this year the passion's there for folks to show up. But tell me about that decision, Saturday versus Friday.
Well, I assume it was mostly a TV station decision. I mean, they run college football. You do what they say to do because they're the ones that pay you the money. But the other thing is the Chiefs and Raiders have a game on Friday in Kansas City. And I know this makes some Missouri fans mad, but why split loyalties if you don't have to? I mean, simple fact of the matter is there would be people who would not come to the game so they can watch both, or would not watch your game because they're going to watch the other one. So I think it makes sense to have it on Saturday, but I think it was probably also ESPN or ABC or whoever saying, yeah, but let's put this one on Saturday afternoon so it's not the standalone Friday game. Because the truth is, it's been a standalone Black Friday game, but honestly, a lot like Nebraska, Iowa the last few years. I mean, it's not really ever been a big game for quite a while.
Gabe, do you think Brady Cook gets any kind of look in the NFL, or is he on a short list to be the next quarterback of the St. Louis Battlehawks?
Yeah, I mean, he could get a camp invite, right? I think there are a lot of people. I mean, people forget NFL teams need 93 guys in training camp at the start, so he might get to a training camp. I don't think Brady's an NFL quarterback, and but no shame in that. There aren't very many of them.
Colonel, I want to get a couple hypotheticals here. So, Doug, I've got a Roman numeral 1, a Roman numeral 2.
You don't have to put it in outline form.
I thought you enjoyed a good outline. Roman numeral number 1 for you. I'm a PowerMizzou.com subscriber. I was reading. It seems like a number of your readers love to give you trouble over your opinion that Missouri's season, as far as the college football playoff, ended with the 34-0 loss against Alabama in Tuscaloosa. I share that opinion. I don't care what took place on Saturday. I don't care what takes place in this final weekend. I don't think Missouri was getting in. With that established, have you changed your mind now that you've seen what happened in Gainesville, what happened at Auburn, and what happened in Norman this weekend?
Well, look, I say and write a lot of things. I don't know exactly how I phrased it after the Alabama game. My point was really, I'm not going to talk about it because I don't think it's realistic. And the path was dead without an unbelievable amount of chaos. That is most certainly true. I mean, there are still people that are trying to invent ways that if 47 different games go the right way this weekend, Missouri can get in. Number one, I don't think that's true. But number two, okay, but that's not realistic. I mean, we're talking about things that aren't going to happen. But, after everything that happened this week, it was very popular to say, well, if we just stopped the South Carolina drive, we're in. And I just don't think that's true. Look, Missouri's going to be they're 23rd in the polls, 24th in the polls. They're going to be somewhere, I think, around 20th in the playoff rankings. And it's just not as simple as all you've got to do is get to number 12. I mean, South Carolina, I think, is dealt with differently than Missouri would be because South Carolina beat A&M and barely lost to Alabama. Now, South Carolina has an Ole Miss problem, but Missouri ultimately has an A&M and Alabama problem that how do you leapfrog those teams that didn't just beat you, but that absolutely throttled you? And, again, it's not just getting to number 12. The Big 12 is going to have a team in there probably. The ACC is going to have a team in there and might have 2 teams now. The Group of 5 is going to have at least 1 team in there. So, I mean, you've got to get to like 10, and there just wasn't any path. Last year, the polls, the rankings, the metrics, they all loved Missouri, right? If you remember, like Missouri was the highest-ranked 2-loss team in the country for a long time. And that was never true this year. Nationally, Missouri had an image problem because they barely beat mediocre teams and they lost badly to the good teams. Like the image problem, and I tend to think it was kind of warranted. I know fans don't like that, but I tend to believe this year it was just never going to allow Missouri in there.
I agree with you 100%. And I think looking at it versus last year, it was because their 2 losses were up until late scores, super tight games against LSU and against Georgia. And that is the complete opposite of their first 2 losses.
And they had good wins last year. Like Tennessee was a good win. Kansas State was a ranked win. They're 0-3 against teams in the top 25 and got blown out twice.
Right.
Like,
so that
if you take your emotional bias out of it, this is in no way a playoff resume. You can't really argue.
It just was never going to happen, and but hey, I respect the hope. Hope's a wonderful thing to have, but in this case, it just was not happening. So along those lines, now you have the conference championship games. I don't think they're going anywhere because of the television dollars. But what a situation you could have if teams don't get in because they lose in these conference championship games, and the enthusiasm for getting into a conference championship game now is tepid. You had Lane Kiffin's comments last week. It was certainly a talking point over this weekend, as Georgia is now going to be in no matter what. And some are wondering, I was listening to Scott Van Pelt's, his podcast, like if Georgia loses, is Georgia then now are they held? I don't think they will do that, not because of principle, but because they don't want to lose the television dollars of the conference championship game. With that said, your thoughts on the future of conference championship games beyond this year?
Like you said, they're not going anywhere. I mean, this is what college football comes down to. Shut up and do what the TV networks say. Like, that's what the money is for, right? And I actually feel the same way about all the SEC teams that are whining that our 7th-place team should get in. Then go be in a league where you can get in the playoffs. Like, this is why you took all the money. This is why Texas and OU are here, and you have way too many teams in this league because you're all making stupid amounts of money, and you have deemed that more important than an easy path to the playoffs. So that was your decision. I think Georgia is a fascinating case. Look, Georgia should be in. Beat Georgia Tech, they belong in the playoff, period. I don't care what happens. I don't think that you should be penalized for losing a game that other teams don't have to play. Now, the fascinating one would be Texas A&M. If they beat Texas, they are in the SEC title game against Georgia. They'll be 9-3. They'll have a couple really good wins. I think they would be ranked in the top 12. If they go lose that game to Georgia, they are now going to be 9-4, and I can't see them getting in. But, if you're in the top 12 at 9-3, I don't think you should get knocked out of the top 12 for playing a 13th game that Tennessee doesn't have to play, that Indiana doesn't have to play, that all these other teams don't have to play, that Texas doesn't have to play.
And Gabe, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is something you wrote. This is something you wrote on Sunday morning, and I think this is an important part because I'm looking at this long term. If A&M schedules some butt ass in their opening weekend, they don't have the loss to Notre Dame. And so what you could wind up having, depending on where the committee winds up with the brackets here in 2 weeks, is a decision by athletic departments to go, okay, if we're going to have these penalties for losses in non-conference, why would Clemson make sure they're playing Georgia? Clemson and South Carolina continuing to play. Florida and Florida State continuing. Why would you invite another loss? Because A&M would be a 3-loss team with a loss in the SEC championship game had they not decided to play Notre Dame. And so college football has a real decision to make by the message they send with the brackets.
Yeah, I mean, if Indiana gets in, and look, if Indiana gets in, I will cheer for them to win every game they play. I hope they win the national title. But Indiana played one team and got run off the field by that team. I mean, they haven't played anybody else that's won more than 6 games. Beating Michigan this year doesn't matter. Beating Washington this year doesn't matter. If that team gets in over, like you said, Texas A&M, pick some others, honestly, then that tells you, hey, you can't control your conference schedule, right? Like, you play who the league says you play. That's not Indiana's fault. But if they reward simply going 11-1 against a bad schedule, like until last week, Army was in this conversation, right? And I mean, I don't even know what Army's best win is. Like, they're not a good football team. Army would finish 10th in the SEC, maybe. Indiana, I honestly think, would finish 7th or 8th in the SEC. In a normal year, they'd finish 7th or 8th in the Big Ten. But if that's rewarded, then if I am an athletic director, I am finding the 3 worst Division I teams I can find in an FCS team, and I'm scheduling them every single year. Greg Sankey should drop the requirement to play a power conference team. The truth is, if you go 10-2 in the SEC, you're going to be in that conversation. So just don't even worry about the other 4 games. Just go play the worst teams you can find. It's awful for the fans, but college football long ago quit making decisions based on what was good for the fans.
Army did beat Lehigh. I guess you're forgetting about that win.
That's solid. Yeah, they're in the, I don't know, whatever division they're in playoffs, I saw, so good for them. They threw their goalposts in a river on Saturday.
That's something.
You think Mizzou, Illinois, as a bowl game, do you think that would move the needle?
It would for some people. It would, I think, certainly in your guys' listening area. And it probably would more than a lot of potential bowl matchups out there for the 2 fan bases. It wouldn't really for me personally, only because, like, I've seen that. I've covered, like, 6 Mizzou, Illinois games. I would rather see something, I would rather see Mizzou, Colorado, even though it won't be the same Colorado team in the Las Vegas Bowl, or Mizzou, Arizona State, or go down to the Gator Bowl and play Clemson or something like that. That would be enjoyable for me. But, hey, Mizzou, Illinois makes sense. It probably would do the best in terms of ticket sales and TV ratings. I think both fan bases would actually be interested to play that. Like, Missouri Clemson could be a little like Missouri Ohio State, where Missouri fans think it's cool and Clemson fans don't care. It would be probably a smart matchup if you can get a Missouri Illinois, a Missouri Nebraska. I know there's been a little Missouri Iowa out there, which would be fine, but again, I've seen that, so I don't really care that much about that one. But it would probably be a smart move if they could do that.
Gabe, I know things change quickly with the transfer portal and with NIL and all that, but is Missouri in pretty good position to have a decent team next year?
Yeah, I mean, the schedule is again pretty similar. The quarterback's the question, right? And like you said, I mean, we don't know who's going to be on anybody's team. I mean, 2 weeks from today, every player in college football is a free agent. So I don't really know how we decide, but I think in this day and age, and I wrote a little about this morning, you should never go into any year saying it's a rebuilding year. You're 3 or 4 right moves in the transfer portal and a couple of smart contracts from being able to compete for anything you want every single year. So I think Missouri should absolutely go into next year saying, hey, we're going to be in position again.
There's the portal question, and then there's the recruiting question. How does this recruiting class look?
Yeah, we'll see in 2 weeks. There are definitely some questions. Their highest ranked commitment right now, most people expect to flip to Texas A&M. They've got another kid, running back, who visited Georgia and Texas A&M. We'll see where that goes. They had a kid who we thought was going to flip, who ended up sticking with Nebraska on Friday. So the truth of it is, it's a good class. We've got it at, I think, 18th. Even if they lose 1 or 2 of these kids, probably be somewhere around 25th. So it's a good class, but it has lost some momentum here in the last few weeks, and we'll see if they can get that turned around.
Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com, brought to you by James Carlton here on 101 ESPN. Colonel, thank you so much.
All right, guys, have a good one.
That's Gabe DeArmond on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here, giving us his perspective. James, always good to see you, sir. Thank you for bringing statistics and knowledge.
You got it.
That's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agent. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend him to you online at carltoninsurance.net. Jeff Lotman, if you are in the market to buy or sell a home, go online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. He is with Compass Realty, and if you are looking to capitalize on somebody who has been working in the market for 2 decades with $500 million worth of sales, then you are looking to work with Jeff Lotman. Go to JEFFLOTTMANN.com, part of Compass Realty. With Compass Concierge, you can take your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs. If you need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging, Compass Concierge has you covered. Go to JeffLotman.com. That's JEFFLOTTMANN.com. CompassRealty.com. Jeff Lutman with Compass Realty. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. We have heard from Jim Montgomery at Madison Square Garden. We've heard from Chris Kerber in New York this morning live. Jeremy Rutherford as well joined us. You missed anything? Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app, also the sponsor of the TMA STL app. But we have not heard from Doug Armstrong and what he had to say, and we will have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. You're welcome to get involved. Chairman Kurt standing by. He wants to talk to you.
I want to talk to people.
Well, 314-974-0101. Are you on board with what has transpired in the last 26 hours with the St. Louis Blues? I think the approval rating would be about 90%. Do you agree with that, Martin?
I feel like it's the same with Jackson's haircut. Yeah, I
90%.
think so. I think...
You know, 10% don't like the haircut?
Wow. Maybe Jackson's haircut is even higher. No, the Monty move, I think people get why they did it. I think they're excited to have an established. There's nothing against Drew Bannister, but it just never quite felt like a guy who's going to take you to that next level. And with NHL players, man, it's such a tough deal because they turn on the coach. It really is like the mean girls of professional sports. I mean, it's unbelievable how hockey players, yeah, they lost the room like... Craig Berube's voice doesn't resonate with you. Who the hell are you?
I never get that. He
would kick the crap out of every single one of you, and you're not listening. We're done with him. Who's next? Yeah, this guy talks too much. This guy doesn't talk enough. He's too tough. He's too soft. It's unbelievable in the NHL how it happens, but I think that was going on with Bannister, and I think you needed a legit big-time coach with Montgomery's resume.
And Montgomery's seen as, I think, by most people, as one of the best coaches in the league. Yeah. And as provincial as we are in St. Louis, he's also been here before. We see him as a St. Louis guy, having played here, even though it was briefly, he played here, coached here. So it's a guy that I think everybody's comfortable with.
Doug Armstrong made it clear this wasn't necessarily about Drew Bannister so much as the availability of Jim Montgomery. Doug Armstrong, you can watch this on YouTube. I watched it yesterday afternoon. About 25 minutes with a combination of St. Louis sports media and Canadian media addressing why now with Drew Bannister and why he is so big of a fan of Jim Montgomery. Here is Doug Armstrong.
When I woke up Wednesday morning, there was no inclination to make a coaching change, and then when Jim got let go in Boston, it certainly was someone I've respected, someone I admired, someone I felt had all the attributes to be a long-term coach for the Blues, and it started down that process. So this was more of a an opportunity to get someone of Jim's caliber than anything else. I think the year, we've had to deal with our situations off the ice with some injuries, and everyone deals with that. But this decision was based, I would say, almost 100% on having someone of Jim's caliber become available when, I didn't know that was going to happen.
There you go. So, in other words, he wasn't waking up after the loss to Minnesota and going, man, do we need to whack this guy? I am of the opinion, truly, that if they lost to San Jose on Thursday night, Jim Montgomery was here on Friday. That's what I think. And so Jake Neighbors' wrister in penalty shots may have allowed Drew Bannister to have one more game against the Islanders, because I don't know if they make this move if they win on Saturday night against the Islanders. You got to do it after a loss. But I think it's of note that he said, when I woke up on Wednesday, I didn't have the plan, and then Montgomery's available. And then also, if you were listening, when Chris Kerber was kind enough to hold up his phone to Jim Montgomery meeting with the media for the first time as the head coach of the Blues at Madison Square Garden about an hour ago. And he was being asked, I think, by Jeremy Rutherford about the timeline. And he kind of answered it a little bit. And then there was a follow-up. And then he said, I really don't want to get into the timeline because, from my standpoint, that means he and Armstrong talked on Wednesday and the ball was rolling. And that's why I think Jeremy Rutherford was writing about it on Thursday, and they knew that this was going to be a move that both parties wanted. Montgomery wants to live here, his family wants to live here, and the Blues want him here. And from my standpoint, if you're a fan of a team, you want a general manager and you want an owner who's going to go, I got a chance to make my team better, we're going to do it. If the optics are bad, so be it. We improved. That's my responsibility, and that's why I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I think Montgomery was always in the back of their mind, even going back to last summer. If his time in Boston is up, they liked him a lot here. He's still tight with Berube. I think they thought highly of him. It made perfect sense. But I also think with Bannister, I think you started to see them losing in similar ways, sort of like what the Bears are seeing with Eberflus. They're like, okay, it's just not working. You can't just keep losing these games that are potentially winnable. And I think the Blues left a lot of games on the table already this season that were potentially winnable. And I think some of it goes back to coaching, whether it's X's and O's or whether it's the team's mindset or preparation. So I think both of those were in play, that they felt like maybe Bannister wasn't the guy. That was sort of revealing itself to Armstrong. And then once Montgomery's available, they seize. I just don't know if that all of a sudden, now he arrives and you're a playoff team. It'd be great, but I don't know if it changes all of their overall roster problems.
I think this is a move that's more about 2027.
Don't forget about the dead cat bounce.
Oh, the dead cat. Yeah, short term. Yeah, I've already inserted a nice little play tonight on 2-1 on my money on the Blues.
I would imagine when Montgomery got fired, about a third of the head coaches in the NHL were pretty nervous that they'd get a call up to the GM's office. Yeah. Because a guy like that's just not going to be on the market very long with the success that he's had. Coach of the Year, record-setting season with the Bruins just 2 years ago. He's just not going to be out there very long.
And I wonder if somebody else or multiple teams were calling about his services, and that is why he got the 5-year deal. I mean, 5-year deal. I realize usually a coaching contract it's like, okay, you got the guy. You're not really worried about the terms. A 5-year deal is not the 5 days after a guy is fired is not the way that it usually works. I'm telling you.
You think he said, I'll take 1 or 2, and then on the well, all right, here's the deal. We're going to give you 5. I know you only wanted 1 or 2. Well, how much? We'll throw a little extra on there. Take extra, whatever you want, you can just have. Do you think that's how it went down?
Doug,
Probably not.
No?
Probably not. That might happen occasionally in radio.
Okay. Radio. Wow. I was just thinking in general.
Oh, you were? I was just looking at that. Like he thought that was a Steve Yzerman impression. Is what that was.
Not
Guys, a year from now, all the Hoosiers will be complaining about Montgomery. It's all we do in this town is complain about coaches. That's from Sniffing Holes.
He's sniffing holes. Tradesman's holes.
That's exactly right. Let's see. Wedding Tackle is text at 918 was Mizzou sucks. They have and they will continue to suck. It's Mizzou. The only people that go there are St. Louis private school dorks and one-star athletes from flyover country. And then the next text is nobody cares about the Blues. Nobody cares about the Blues. They'll win 2 games after the new coach boost, and then they'll go back to losing, and then the Blues will leave St. Louis for Cape Girardeau.
I don't know that Cape has got a team.
You think they have the infrastructure?
I'm not sure they even have a rink.
They got Dalhousie.
But do they even have one sheet of ice in Cape Girardeau?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
We'll worry about that later.
Okay.
Hey, Kirk, can you look it up? How many-
His mic is not on. Jackson is trying to keep him off the air because he had a coup d'etat on Friday.
Please, Chairman.
KG.
No, don't mind me. They do have the Show Me Center down there, Doug, and I think we could probably get some ice in there.
Do they have ice down there?
So Wedding Tackle might be breaking a story that the Blues are moving to Cape Girardeau.
It's on the table for sure.
Hey, Tom, real quick, your thoughts on this persistent rumor that you'd be moving the team to Cape Girardeau? Maybe we'll bring in Cal May just for that.
Oh, my goodness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today comes your way in about an hour and 15 minutes. I can't wait to hear the results of Pick 6 because over the weekend I forget the games that we pick.
Good week.
I know we picked Missouri and Illinois. That's what I know. I would imagine we picked Indiana and Ohio State, and then we leaned into the stink, Doug?
I didn't lean into any stink.
On Auburn and Texas A&M.
didn't.
The other two I can't figure out. Martin, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Tell me about Seth Goldcamp. I think he's a wonderful gentleman.
Longest running TMA supporter. They're the longest running team. I said they're the longest running TMA supporter. They're proud of it. I don't know why, but they are. Fourth generation St. Louis business. You hear all of us talking about Design Air, and there is a difference when they come out to your home. They'll tell you what's wrong with that furnace. They'll get it fixed. It's stressful, man. It's going to be really cold. So if the furnace is not working right, you want to have an HVAC company ready to roll, and that is Design Air. And when the technician comes out, he's going to fix your furnace. He's not going to try and sell you. That's what a lot of the folks are trained to do, is they're actually salespeople. You want a repair person. Seth Goldcamp and the family take this serious. They want you to have a great experience, and so many, thousands and thousands, have had that great experience since 1904. A long-running company in St. Louis, longest-running TMA supporter. Go online, schedule that appointment. It's going to get cold real soon. DesignAir.com is where you can go to support Design Air. They are the HVAC dealer to the stars of this show.
Oh, and Munganast is the company that Doug and I have been working with for a number of years online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Just two fantastic dealerships, Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. That's where I got my car. I went up to Toyota to get my car. Munganast will take great care of you. The buying process, so easy. They have such fabulous people working there. Not a hassle at all. They'll make sure that you get the absolute best deal. They got great new and used car selection at their websites. They're stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Also, sooner or later your car is going to need some service or some repair, and that's a great place to go because once you go to Munganast St. Louis Acura, you'll say, why would I go anywhere else to get my car worked on? And we have a special number to get you right to the muckety mucks, right to the big kahunas, to the top dogs, to the big cheeses. This is the number. You call, and the guys that make the decisions there, they'll take great care of you like they do with us. Here's the number. Write it down, please. 314-252-0029. You did not write it. 314-252-0029. You call in that number, and Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganast or Ryan Seiberg in the service department, one of those guys, the big kahunas, they will take care of you and make sure you get absolutely first-class service. Everybody does. This is just a little hint to get you even better service than before. Again, the website, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Results of the Pick 6 contest coming up here in a matter of moments, and plus a former Illinois quarterback is the focal point of an NFL controversy.
Oh, Jeff George?
We'll have that for
Tony
you.
Eason?
That is
Dave
coming
Wilson?
away. This is TMA, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the New York Rangers in New York. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. The pregame starts at 5 p.m. Puck drops at 6 p.m. And last night in the NBA, the Pacers defeat the Wizards 115-103. Pascal Siakam, 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists for who they call Spicy P. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Tired numbers and players. And the rally squirrel. 6, golf, fireworks. Do the wave, do the wave. This puts you in a good spot, doesn't it, Doug?
We're still doing the wave, too, by the way. And that's going on, 40 years? That's about when it started, right? About 40 years ago or so?
Yeah, I think it was with Vince Coleman.
Yeah.
It's Teammates presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett's on the 1s and 2s. And Martin, we want to hear from the people, right?
I'm a little disappointed in the audience.
They have been calling in, but we've been talking it over. Jeremy Rutherford, Chris Kerber, Chris Kerber's phone with Jim Montgomery, and then also Gabe DeYarman. Miss anything? Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app sponsor. And then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. We got 2 things we need to tend to before Martin has a thing. The pick 6, and then this audio from New York yesterday. But let's go to the pick 6, Jackson. I really want to deliver for the people. I make picks, you make money. I know I was 5-1 the previous weekend. I don't recall the games we picked this weekend. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to give you Jackson Bennett Burkett of
Newly
Horton
coiffed?
Watkins. Newly coiffed, indeed.
Freshly coiffed. We first picked Indiana at Ohio State. That spread was 11.5. Indiana was getting 11.5. Tim and I were both on Indiana, so that's a loss. And Doug was also on Indiana. Martin was our lone Buckeye.
That's all we really need to hear. That's probably enough.
And Martin gets the sole win out of that game. Then we went Illinois-Rutgers. Illinois was getting 1.5. We all took the Fighting Illini, so we all cash in on that game. The next game...
Martin's 2-0 now.
The next game was my sneaky play. That's going to be like a really fun game, and that was BYU at Arizona State.
I had to be on Arizona State.
BYU was getting 3.
Oh, were we all?
We were all on Arizona State except for Martin Kilcoyne, who was on BYU.
I went all Mormon on you.
Yeah, you did. The next game after that, Mizzou laying 7.5 at Stark Vegas. Everyone took Mizzou except for me, but I said...
Wow, true son.
But I said that they do better when I pick against them, so I'm happy to take the loss to secure the W.
Yeah, there you go, Doug.
To secure the W. Did you see that throw Brady made to Marquise Johnson and that catch, too? That was the best play of the season.
You've got one day in Starkville betting against Mizzou. Are you still a true son?
The next game was the lean into the stink special. Texas A&M -2.5 at Auburn. Me and Tim were both on War Eagle, and Martin and Doug were both on Texas A&M.
So much.
Catch the pass. Catch that ball. That ball's got to be caught.
And then the bad beat of the day for some of us, we had.
What is? I don't know which one this is.
Vandy at LSU. That was Vandy plus 7.5. They of course lost by 7. Tim and I were on Vandy. You two were on LSU. 5-1 for Tim, 4-2 for me, 3-3 for those two.
Okay.
I make picks, you make money. I make picks, you make money. Roll with me, Doug. Where are we going? We going VC? I think we are.
VC. So LSU needed to win by 8.
LSU needs to win by 8.
And they won by 7.
They won by 7, unfortunately.
Jerks.
So Martin is now 7-11 on the year. Doug at 9-10. I am 12-12. Tim 16-8.
Yeah,
against the spread.
It's time to open up shop.
You getting help from your dad?
No, he bought the station for me.
That's right.
But he is buying a phone number for me to be a tout now, and I have a great play on tonight. tonight's Monday Night Football game. Now, who is playing? I do not know, but I do believe in my pick. Oh, that's right.
The Jimmy against Johnny. Who's got it better than Timmy? The Harbaughs. The Harbaughs.
Speaking of Jimmy, Johnny, and Timmy, what about Tommy DeVito? You know, Doug, he spent a year in Champaign, and Drew Lock was the backup to who's the guy that was the doo-doo man?
Oh, Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones, the
freshly
doo-doo man.
released. Might be signed by the Cowboys in time for them to play on Thanksgiving against the Giants.
Which would be amazing, by the way. So the doo-doo man, as Janoris Jenkins, friend of the program, called him. He gets released. Drew Lock's the backup, but they skip over him to go to Tommy DeVito. They call him Tommy Cutlets.
No one says like that.
Yes, they do.
They call him Tommy Cutlets. That's how they call him.
And yesterday, the Giants didn't necessarily show up to play. They fell behind 30-0 to the Buccaneers. Here's what Malik Neighbors had to say following the game. The former LSU wide receiver is really enjoying his time in New York.
What words today would you use to describe this loss? Selfish. How disappointed are you?
Very.
What are you most disappointed about?
I mean, soccer, man. I'm tired of going out there and losing. Like, it's just that. I mean,
what's he eating?
I don't know, bro. Go out there for the second quarter, don't get the ball, start getting targets at the end. I mean, can't do nothing. Start getting the ball when it's 30-0. What you want me to do?
Why in the first half are they not looking at you?
I don't know. Talk to Daves about that. Talk to Daves.
Well, he can't talk to Daves because him and GM Joe Sean were fired right after that game.
Talk to Dave sounded a little disrespectful, didn't it?
I would say.
Like, it's not really my problem. It's his problem. What's his name? Dave's.
If I remember correctly, now this is without looking, DeVito was 21 of 31 with 189 yards. That's not horrible. And he was sacked 4 times, so he probably didn't have a whole lot of time.
I got to call timeout. I'm sorry. They weren't fired.
Daves wasn't fired?
No.
You know, there was something flying around about that, and Mike North, the Chicago guy, was retweeting, good, they deserve to be fired. And I looked this morning, and I thought, I don't see that anywhere else.
Right. I'm like, how would I miss a New York franchise firing a coach and GM? I was just like, oh, I guess that must have happened in the last 5 minutes.
Damn it. Did I get like Dove?
This is Disinformation Central.
Did I get Dove Kleinman?
Oh.
Damn it.
It's out there, but I don't think it's accurate.
Jackson, would you like to issue a statement?
Oh, man.
To your family?
We used to have social media. Now we do not. Now it's just nonsense. We gotta figure something out here.
But it's probably
That's
not
Jackson's
that,
library for Blue Sky.
It's probably not that far off, so don't worry about it.
I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if by Thanksgiving, I don't know. The Thanksgiving game, I think I'll can them on Thanksgiving.
Oh, the Army says fire him on Thanksgiving. It's his move. On the plane ride home. On the tarmac.
You know, I was interning for Rich Gould, as we noted when he was in here a couple weeks ago. And Martin, I don't know if you were doing television at this time. Doug, I know you were for sure. When the Rams drafted Orlando Pace and he was holding out, were you covering that?
That was my first summer in St. Louis.
And Steve Gottsagen was Rich Gould's... the brow, as Rick Smith of the Rams called him, was anchoring. And I was interning, and he goes, the Rams have signed Orlando Pace, ending the holdout. And he got off the set, and I go, oh, I didn't know they signed him. He goes, what? They didn't? And I said, I didn't. And Rich comes in the next day. He goes, so I hear Gottsagen reported that we signed Pace, huh? And I said, yeah. He was really upset about it. He goes, well, we can always say that we broke the story when he signs.
That's the way to look ahead, Rich.
That's Rich.
So Jackson, when those Giants folks are fired, I'm going to say, as Jackson first reported.
Yes.
I saw it from...
Who'd you see it from?
Wesley Steinberg.
Oh, no, he got you.
He got you. He's known, Doug, for...
He said, and it's his bio says NFL and NY Giants insider, loving husband and father.
Well, that'll get you.
Not only did you have Malik Neighbors and you had the fake firings in New York, Baker Mayfield, in his touchdown celebration, mimicked Tommy DeVito, Tommy Cutlets celebration. And there was a reporter, and I still haven't been able to find out who it was. Jackson and I were texting last night about this because she was banty as all get out, Doug, about his celebration. I'm married to an Italian-American woman. I'll find out if she was offended, but he was mimicking the celebration that Tommy DeVito would do. Yes, it was stereotypical stereotypical
Much more
of his.
aggressive, though.
Yes, Baker Mayfield with that aggressive celebration yesterday. Here's the post game with a very unhappy New York reporter.
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
I guess it was the DeVito celebration. Is that
Tribute to Tommy? Yeah, he's a good dude. He's got swag.
Yeah, who came up with that?
Oh, I have no idea. I just see him do it.
No, but whose idea was it for you to do that? And when did you know you were going to do it?
Most of the times I don't know what I'm going to do, so there's spontaneous stuff.
That was just spontaneous? That was not planned? I mean, even your teammates got into it, too.
Yeah, New York fans love Tommy here and give him something they like.
Are you Italian by any chance, or no?
I haven't done 23andMe, but I don't know.
So you think she was offended?
That was like a bad Twitter account come to life.
Are you Italian by any chance, or no?
How could you be offended by that? All the things that are going on the football field, that's what you're offended by?
I wish he would have said, hey, listen here, you meatball. Zip it.
Baker Mayfield is clearly dismissing the questions. This is a smart ass. And then she keeps coming, and I think he's enjoying it even more. She's clearly upset about it.
Yeah, it's a media trained vet right there.
I think he didn't think she was serious at first, and she just kept persisting.
That just delighted the hell out of me. Hey, Mark Hanna delights the hell out of me, Doug. He is a gentleman. You talk about his supple hair and supple beard.
You guys do. I don't.
He had the best Cairo take of anybody on this show.
And James Carlton had the best statistic.
Yes.
What's going on?
Let's clear
We
out.
need to have the sponsors host
And we had the New York coach fired.
That's right. This thing's off the rails. Mark Hanna's with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's online at evergreenstl.com. And you can call 314-889-0503. The name of the game, as young as you possibly can be to do it, is have a financial advisor, period. But even if you don't go with Mark Hanna wants you to know, make sure you have somebody advising you, whatever age you are, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, it doesn't matter. And I'm telling you, I've gotten to know Mark, and he is a wonderful person. He is online at evergreenstl.com, and you can call him at 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Two days away from Thanksgiving Eve, 3 days away from Thanksgiving. See, that's what you do when you make a mistake, and then you realize that I thought today was Tuesday. It's Monday. That means it's 3 days until Thanksgiving. 3, 2, and 1. Hey, let me tell you about my friends at Schnucks, because the unbeatable meal deal is now available. Thanksgiving is only 3 days away. If you want to serve 10 people, you can do it for less than $4 per person. It's unbelievable. The math is pretty simple here. You start with that centerpiece of your Thanksgiving dinner. That's the turkey, only 58 cents per pound. Schnucks' lowest price on turkeys in 14 years. Think about that. 2010, Jackson was in kindergarten. Lowest prices in 14 years. Limited one Schnucks whole frozen turkey with a $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey. Now you need the sides. Real simple. Stovetop stuffing, 2 for $4. Sweet potatoes, 39 cents per pound. Schnucks cranberry sauce, great deals on that. Celery, green bean casserole, all the ingredients, all low prices. You know the deal. Schnucks is always saving you money, especially right now with the unbeatable meal deal for Thanksgiving. Feed 10 people for less than $4 per person. Make sure to check out the Schnucks Rewards app on the weekly ads as well. Unbeatable meal deal at Schnucks. Schnucks makes your holidays.
Welcome back to Team A. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart, Sports Performance, 9 o'clock. Our Chairman Kurt standing by. We have gotten calls, but we've just been busy as little beavers. Doug, you said we were cute little beavers.
I'd never said that.
And
nor would I.
Jeremy Rutherford. That was Chris Kerber. That was Jim Montgomery via Chris Kerber's phone. And that's up on the Blues Instagram account if you want to watch his comments. Man, you can tell. You could hear it in his voice as we were listening to him talk, but then you can see it as he's talking. I think that's a guy happy he got fired by Boston. I got to be honest with you. As weird as that might sound, I think family-wise, and that's always what it comes down to, I think that's the vibe I'm getting.
They call him up, you're fired. Oh, thank God. It's like, been waiting for this. Why didn't you do it last week when we lost to the Blues?
Yeah, I could have picked up another couple points.
What if he'd been fired in St. Louis the night? And a lot of national media thought it might happen.
That's true.
That Tuesday night game when the Blues
were up 2-0 and they wound up losing 3-2.
They blew it. If he had been fired in the building, and Army's like, well, this is convenient because you're here already. Just slide on down.
Kind of one of those baseball trades where they go at the trade deadline across dugouts.
Do you think Montgomery was happier or Jimbo Fisher was happier when he got canned at Texas A&M?
Because he got that big payout?
Well, I want to say it was
70 million.
70 million.
That's right.
Could you imagine?
Wow. God, that would be wonderful.
Hey,
you're fired. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, and then your check, the wire hits for $70 million in your bank account.
Yeah, please, can I have a short haircut?
Tim, NFL people were mad at Fox 2 again on Sunday.
What were they mad at?
The email to the 2 Fox, it was entitled, "You People."
I like that.
It was all caps, "You People." But the nature of the complaint was different. It wasn't about the game selection. We had the Alliance Colts, which I did to pander to Brian Bartow, friend of the show, because he likes the Lions, and we're trying to get the picnic bench back. And I thought, why don't we just put the Lions on TV for Bartow?
Right.
And then the Packers 49ers game, but he was mad because he was watching Packers 49ers, which became a blowout.
Yeah.
We're not a home market. We're not Green Bay or San Francisco. So they started jumping around to the other games. And he said, that's not fair. I watched this whole game. Even though it's 38-10, I guess he did not want them. He said, why do they do this? Clicking away. I thought that's less of a complaint than that one is totally a network call.
My read is the gentleman had the over and he was monitoring the total. That's what my read is.
I think it's fair to assume networks should broadcast just for you.
Yeah, I agree.
Not for the broad audience, but just for what you want.
Good for you.
Very few people can be on local news.
See, there's Charlie. That's Charlie giving us his perspective. Charlie
Tim's
Marlowe.
dad calls out to Fox. Jimmy would like you to switch over right now. He wants to see the end of the Cowboys game.
He just wants to watch Notre Dame. That's all he wants.
You were getting text messages complaining about the 2 Fox coverage.
Yeah, I think I shared that in our group chat yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, complaining to me about. So what did you show? What was the noon game? What did you wind up going with?
We showed Lions Colts, and then we showed Packers 49ers. The early choices were
Vikings, Bears. And Washington and Dallas.
And what Fox recommended or placed in our market was Washington, Dallas. And we talked about it. You said the brand, the Cowboys brand. I think the idea was the Cowboys are trash right now, even though it's a big brand. Cooper Rush. And when it was 3-3 at halftime, I said, oh, thank God we didn't show that game. They got a little more interesting a little bit later.
And Jackson informed us, for those of you who got a chance to see it, probably on highlights, although I was watching it on the NFL Network, Washington, again, Jane Daniels. Now, this wasn't a Hail Mary. This was blown coverage by the Cowboys. Terry McLaurin goes, I don't know, about 80 yards. And now they're an extra point away from forcing overtime against the Cowboys. And the kicker, who missed multiple, extra points yesterday, Jackson?
Yeah.
Belleville West, a Maroon.
Yep. Belleville, Illinois native. Yeah, went to Belleville West, went to Oklahoma. Drafted in 2019, had a rough day yesterday.
Yeah, he issued, like Jackson Dart, an apology to his teammates following the game. That's a different ball game when you're a kicker, and that can be the end of it for you. Jackson Dart, I mean, I know that's going to live with him forever unless Ole Miss gets in. Maybe he will have a chance, kind of like Amari Daniels at Texas A&M, to right the ship. But when you are a kicker in the NFL and you have a day like that, and now Washington has gone from being super hot to having some problems, you can lose your job.
Definitely.
You know?
And if you, because that last one, I mean,
a bad snap.
It was a really low snap, but I mean, you had this unbelievable comeback. You think you're going to tie the ball game up, and your kicker, and he misses it, and then they run back the extra onside kick at insult to injury. It's like, oh man, especially to the Cowboys divisional rivalry.
I always feel horrible for the kickers because they're like just normal people that you might pluck out of the crowd who can just
That's
kick a
the
football.
weird thing about it. That's the weird thing about kickers.
Yeah.
These guys are so important to the end of games, and they look so different than every other player on your roster. You think like there might be the manager. No, that's the kicker, and he might decide if you're going to go to the playoffs or not.
The Bears kicker had another kick blocked, and after the game, the Vikings players all said, "Oh yeah, we watched the tape. He kicks it really low. Plus, you can get an inside push." And we thought maybe they'd change it up since they lost. Basically, the Vikings players called out the Bears for not fixing the problem. Santos said he's part of the stink. Did you see his quote?
You say he's part of the stink?
He did. I saw that.
He did, and I thought it was Jackson.
Big word this weekend, Jackson.
Lean into the stink. If you
Well,
see the stink, you lean into it.
Why?
I think he's leaning into those kicks, and they're blocking them, and it's a problem in Chicago.
Who gets fired first, Eberflus or Dable? We did report that Dable's been fired. So
Jackson had it
Tentatively.
first.
Let's hope it's him.
I think Dable will go first. I think the Bears are slow on the trigger a lot of times. So.
And who's the first college football coach from one of the Power Fours?
That is the best question.
Tulsa parted ways with Kevin Wilson yesterday, but I don't know how many people were
Brian
monitoring
Kelly
that
would
one.
get the edge?
No, I don't think anyone in the SEC
So I
will.
have the odds here. This is from betvirginia.com. New sponsor. Sam Pittman is the favorite at plus 250. He's got to win against Tennessee.
Not this
Could
year.
Missouri and Eli Drinkwitz send another coach to the gallows?
No, I don't think this
Saturday?
year.
Mike Norvell is plus 450. Hugh Freeze plus 600. I don't see
Not
that
for that.
happen. He's got a recruiting class, and he at least beat A&M.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley plus 800. That's another Jimbo Fisher kind of situation with the buyout.
Yeah.
This is a guy that most people probably aren't familiar with. Coach at Maryland, Mike Loxley, is plus 800. Mark Stoops at Kentucky, who was leaving until it fell through at the end to go to A&M, he's plus 1,200. Neil Brown at West Virginia. And then, Doug, if you want the field, you can get it at plus 1,000.
Okay.
Stoops is the one in the SEC that would seem the most likely, but even that doesn't seem likely to me.
Because Mark Stoops, he's just kind of got a stable situation there. I mean, I know it's been rough this year, but they still went to Oxford and won, and they were right there with Georgia. I would wonder if it would have more to do with him leaving to go to A&M and it just getting stale, like a hockey coach message.
but all the guys who we thought maybe would be gone in the SEC this year have some
Pittman,
sort of
Napier.
win. Have some, like even Venables, who would probably, but you have that win against Alabama. Beamer obviously has turned around things. He was on a warmer seat at the beginning of the year. All these guys who we thought maybe could be going, including Billy Napier, who was all but dead, all are going to be keeping their jobs.
I feel like Arkansas will be inspired for this game, just beating Mizzou. And maybe if you're Arkansas, if you're on the fence about the guy, maybe that game will decide. Like
That's why I do wonder if that's live. I think Arkansas fans have had enough, and if they beat Missouri, that ensures it. But if he loses, I could see them parting ways because they do have the Tennessee win, but they also have had some rough ones. And then I think that Texas one, even though it was a 20-10 game last Saturday, Arkansas fans were really frustrated by the way they played against their big rival, at least in Arkansas. They hate Texas and Arkansas. Doug, can you tell us about the sponsor of our app? And that's Jason Gossrow and Schaefer Door Company.
You talk about being frustrated and things you hate. How about a garage door not going up in the morning, especially on a Monday morning when you've got to get to work? Well, it happens a lot on Monday morning. Seems to happen more on Mondays than any other day of the week. And that's why Schaefer Door Company has a special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, that's usually when it happens. But Schaefer Door is right there to bail you out of trouble. And here's the number to call or text, 636-782-3608. Maybe you ought to put that number up in right by your garage door opener. So if something goes wrong, you'll know right who to call. Schaefer Doors, who you call. It's 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, they are quiet, and yes, sir, they are versatile. They can handle any size job. If you have a business or a warehouse with big, giant doors, yes, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. No job is too big, no job too small for a person. Schaefer Door has been out to my house. I thought I was going to need a new door. Nope, just needed a couple of struts, and I was good to go. They'll never try to upsell you. Their service techs are not commission-based. The website is schaeferdoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Martin, now you have a thing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the show was so good. I like Vermeil, LaRusso, I'm going to leave because I want to go out on top. But then I'm going to come back tomorrow and regret it. Okay. So kind of like what they all did.
Martin has a thing, so Chairman Kurt will slide into his chair here on the program for a Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Martin, have a wonderful day. We will see you tomorrow.
Big Tuesday.
Big Tuesday.
Surprise at 9:30.
This is a surprise. Sounds like it's a big one. And then I'm looking forward to the Bob Wallace conversation. I want to hear what he has to say about that Cardinal situation, football Cardinals.
He was there in the room. He'll tell you the whole story. And he said the Bidwell family was sitting there, and they came in the room and said, okay, are you going to Phoenix? Are you going to Baltimore? And they were like going back and forth. I don't know. Should we go to Baltimore? Should we go to Phoenix? It literally played out like that.
That's unreal.
I think they made the right choice.
Yes.
Yes, I would agree with that as well. All right, that's coming up on tomorrow's program. 10 o'clock hour coming up here. Jackson calls it his weekend wrap-up with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
If you're in the market for a new vehicle, used vehicle, hybrid, electric, you're looking for a new car, let's talk about the loan. You want to make sure you get the best rate available, and that's what Together Credit Union provides you. Together Credit Union offering competitive interest rates, flexible terms, things that you're just not able to find with other lenders around St. Louis, plus no application fees. You can apply for an auto loan with Together Credit Union, and it is simple. Complete it online or visit one of the 14 area Together Credit Union. Stop by and see them at one of their locations or at the dealership. Together Credit Union is partnered with the auto dealerships throughout the metro area to ensure you get the rate that you deserve to help make that vehicle affordable. So you're in the market for a new car. That's exciting. Make sure you get the best rate. You can do that with Together Credit Union. What I was trying to say earlier, stop by and see them because they have 14 area locations. Fill it out online as well. No application fees at all. Competitive rates. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides in the 10 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Montgomery, St. Louis Acura, Montgomery, Burkett, Alton Toyota, and Martin Kilcoyne. Doug has a thing at 10 o'clock.
Well, he's a busy guy. I'm sure he'll He'll tell us what it was tomorrow when he comes in, and we'll say, well, geez, I thought you should have left earlier if it was that important.
It was that thing. Yeah. And then Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. And we welcome you to participate in the program by texting in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Busy program. If you missed anything on it, go back and podcast. Podcasts like the Dickens, PLTD, Jeremy Rutherford, Chris Kerber, Jim Montgomery's presser at Madison Square Garden, Gabe DeArmond, and all kinds of discussion on an incredibly busy weekend in St. Louis area sports and college football as well. Jackson has what he calls a weekend wrap-up, Doug, and you got to be ready for this because this guy's loaded for bear.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be delivered with a rat-a-tat-tat style delivery.
Nah, his delivery is really, really nice. What do you got, Jackson?
What have been some coaching change moves that in the moment you knew was off or wrong, and what are some that had you fired up in the moment?
I like the question.
I felt Schilt was wrong.
Yeah, I feel like we were all going to be on that one because that was so jarring. Like the timing of it was so odd, and the explanation was even odder.
And I kind of thought Berube was wrong.
Yeah, I would share both of those with you. It's interesting to me, Doug, that it sounds like people around the team, even Doug Armstrong, when he was asked about it yesterday, goes, well, the situation with Berube was different because, it had gone stale. And it's just like accepted it's gone stale. But, these are people who've been in the game, and it just strikes me as strange that a message grows stale. But
right.
I guess that's something that's commonplace in hockey.
And no matter what you've done, what you've accomplished, you have a bad couple weeks and, you got to lose your job. We got to fire you.
The message
seems crazy to me.
Growing stale. Any others that were surprising from a negative standpoint? I'm sure we have to have them. But
when you talk surprising, then this wasn't a firing, this was a leaving. But when Mike Anderson left University of Missouri, that was certainly surprising.
When Whitey Herzog left in 1990, that was surprising.
And when Tony La Russa left, I remember we were doing the show. Remember that? And we got a text from somebody who said they just saw Octavio Dotel at the airport. I think it was the Nonling's sister. And then the Nonling texted us. Kevin Lorenz, who used to work as a producer on the program, said, I saw Octavio Dotel at the airport, and he said La Russa's retiring today. So you want to talk about a surprise? That was the day after the World Series parade.
This Nonling, he might actually get the game ball today.
Good for you. Good for you.
I think the Nonling deserves it.
Nonling and I were all over the Montgomery thing last week. That's who I was texting with. And then Joey Vitale comes on Friday, and I'm like, I guess Joey Vitale must know. I'm off on this one,
Yeah, but I was not surprised to see the news yesterday, but timing-wise, it's pretty rare, right, to fire a coach and then have his replacement ready to go in the same moment.
Yeah.
Yes, but then that speaks to that this was not as much about Drew Bannister as it was about the availability of Jim Montgomery.
Right, and something you talked about a couple times last week was about how Bannister wasn't signed immediately.
That was... if there was ever any debate, I don't know how much there was on it, but if there was ever any debate what was going on Drew Bannister, it was Doug Armstrong waiting to see if Montgomery would get fired by the Bruins. And that was going to come down to, I believe he would have been fired had they lost Game 7 of the Leafs. So Drew Bannister would have never been the full-time head coach. So weirdly, a game between the Toronto Maple Leafs and Boston Bruins determined who was going to be the head coach of the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah, could have been.
And also, by the way, Craig Berube. Does Craig Berube ever get the job in Toronto if Sheldon Keefe beats the Bruins and they go on and advance to the Eastern Conference Finals? Now
sliding doors. Just flying all left and right.
Sliding doors.
Sliding door. And Berube's got a first-place team now in Toronto, apparently. They're not stale yet.
Yeah. The message hasn't gotten stale.
We got 3 coaches in 12 months here. I guess every 4 months it goes stale. The shelf life's not very long.
So your thoughts, if we are missing one that stands out to you, please feel free to text in. Callier and Thompson is where you can call in, too. 314-974-0101 for our phone lines, and Air Comfort Service for the text line, 314-399-9646. A Sound Story, a company that I started 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago to the day, did my first Sound Story, and I have one coming up here in about an hour here at the Hubbard Radio Studios. It's a company that started by accident when I was hosting a podcast, and I said, man, I would love it if I could hear a podcast with my grandparents, all of whom have passed, just go out to my car, missing them, and hear not only their voices, but their stories. When somebody said, I ought to interview my dad for my podcast, And then a person emailed me and said, don't do it for your dad. Don't do it for yourself. Do it for your kids, your brother's kids, and their kids who aren't even around yet, because they will want to be able to hear his voice and his story. And when I heard that, I said, man, I'd like to do that for other people. So if anybody's interested in me interviewing your parents or grandparents to make sure that you always have their voices and stories, I'll do it. And I would say we're probably approaching now 1,000 interviews in the history of the business. And for Black Friday, we are giving away 10% off a Sound Story holiday gift card when you enter the promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com. That's mysoundstory.com. And now, in 2024, we have video interviews. So you have the option of just audio, or you could also get a 3-camera video interview to make sure the image is always preserved as well as the voice. So with Black Friday this week, and you know the holidays are approaching, we have the perfect gift idea for your family. It's a Sound Story gift card. It's the time of year when people start thinking about what to get family members for the holidays. And if you and your family are thinking about what would be best for mom and dad, or for both, a Sound Story gift card would be something everyone would love. Go to mysoundstory.com, enter the promo code TMA, and that's going to get you 10% off a holiday gift card. We're doing it now through Black Friday at mysoundstory.com. I love doing these interviews. Anytime I have a day where I know I'm doing one, I look forward to it because I get to play a role in saving the story of someone and hearing their story for a family and for generations to come. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter promo code TMA to get this Black Friday week special of 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. That's promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling is the sponsor of our email today. It's coming your way at about 10:50. DesignAir.com. Seth Goldcamp and his company, the longest running sponsor on TMA. We're talking about a decade. And Doug, you were going through that forecast. I am horrified by what I see this time next week. Lows in the mid-teens.
Yeah, where'd that come from?
I mean, I was out in shorts yesterday with my family, and next Monday it's going to be 15 degrees. Well, you know that you're going to be having your heating system going. Make sure it's firing on all cylinders. Go to designair.com and work with the best. Seth is 4th generation, and they pride themselves on not upselling. That is super important to them because it carries on a tradition of integrity. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Designair.com, sponsor of our email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Feel this funk. Feel this funk. It's TMA. And we're seducing you on a Monday morning.
You think it's working?
Yeah.
I feel seduced.
Do you really?
This show's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Jackson, in the midst of this weekend wrap-up. All right, Jackson, what's next?
I'd be remiss if we missed this chance to play this audio of our friend, Mike Francesa, comparing Aaron Rodgers' injury to his golf injuries.
I would have liked to have gotten to this while Martin was in here so he could be indoctrinated into the magic that is the Francesa audio.
We can run it back
This is from Friday? I sent this over to Jackson. Doug, Aaron Rodgers is dealing with the situation, but so is Mike Francesa with his golf game.
Right, about the same thing.
And he is throwing only with his upper body. I know that when my knee's bothering me, and I've had knee problems my whole life, I hit the golf ball that way, where I just swing from the waist. I don't use my legs to swing to hit the ball. That's what he's doing with his throwing. He doesn't use his lower body to throw the ball. He's not throwing the ball down the field because he's hurt. He's playing, but he's clearly hurt.
Okay. And somehow your golfing is still hurt. It's probably different when there are 300-pound monsters trying to kill you as opposed to a golf swing.
From a 70-year-old gentleman playing from the white tees in Florida.
Right.
It's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. And then his former cohort, you remember Mad Dog Russo.
Yeah, you call him Doggy?
I don't.
Doggy has a real issue pronouncing names, almost like proudly. So I'm going to play this clip of him trying to pronounce Saquon, a.k.a. Saquon Barkley.
He had 277 yards last night.
God almighty. And then I also have a super cut of him trying to pronounce things, and it's pretty outstanding. So here's him trying to pronounce Saquon.
They're down 21-10 in the fourth quarter in New Orleans. They had a big pass play to Saquon Barkley. They got the Saints to punt.
So that was him trying to pronounce Saquon. Here's a nice little supercut of him trying to pronounce some names.
Number one, Condoleezza Rice, formerly of the Bush administration. They might actually have Higgy out there, Higeshikawa, who has done a nice job. We'll have to wait and see. But the Oilers with McDavid, the other kid, how you pronounce the other kid's name? He is great. The kid from Germany, Dratzel. DeAndre Hopkins had 7 catches for Tennessee. Henry had 63 yards on the ground. Olive had a huge day for the Saints, 8 catches for 112. Play, which allowed Aruziona to fall down and still score. His playing partner was 4 strokes behind. Now, let me look at Oosthuizen for a second. Let's take a look at him. Ohio State looked like the much better team than Michigan. Now, I know Utah's not Georgia. I understand that. And that's where it comes from. But I was thinking about that, the juxtaposition of what we saw with Ohio State.
And he's making $10 to $15 million a year. The joke's on us, not him.
He tried pronouncing Randy Rosarena instead of Ruzioni.
Yeah, when I heard that,
Miracle on Ice.
When I heard that, I thought, he got that one right. I didn't realize he had the wrong sport, wrong decade.
Randy Rosarena.
You'd think he would know Saquon Barkley. I bet the Giants are happy they let go of him.
They keep showing that clip from Hard Knocks where they're like, I'm going to lose sleep if he ends up with the Eagles, and lo and behold, Dabes. Maybe.
Yeah, that last night, I mean, my goodness, 270 plus yards. I don't know if it was 277, but
255.
I watched the guy on TikTok yesterday who proudly took the under of 99 yards on Saquon Barkley, and he did some live commentary as it was happening.
What, this was like his big play? Was the under?
Like a minute into the second quarter, he busted out like a 50-yard touchdown run, and that wrapped it up. He was like, honestly, I'd take a 4-yard gain as a stop at this point.
Boy, that's, we were just talking, I think we were talking about this in the break, so this has not been shared with the audience yet. I don't know if you've ever had on November 25th, I'll say since like 1985 anyway, I feel like you can only have 5 teams win the Super Bowl. Now, of course, you're going to have 14 in the playoffs, but I think only 5 can win the Super Bowl. Chiefs, Lions, Bills, Eagles, Ravens.
Yep.
Whereas in college football, I think there are more than 5 who could win the national championship.
I think it might even be more than 12 who could win that. You can maybe make the argument 14 or 15.
Doug, I'm thinking about doing some sprinkling.
Oh, sprinkling of what?
Sprinkle me, Maine.
Sprinkle me, Maine, E40, and I'm thinking about going on like 5 of the long shots in college football. Listen, do I think Ohio State's going to win? Yeah, if I had to pick. But, you know, I mean, if I can get plus 17,500 on Texas A&M.
Think how much those odds drop if they are to beat Texas next week.
And I'm expecting them to beat Texas.
Yeah.
I am. So
Kyle Field.
What's the number? Anybody seen a number? Doug, I'm crowdsourcing.
Let's play Guess the Line. I like playing Guess the Line.
All right. I would say, okay, I gotta think like you people do, and not like my incredible brain does.
Like Martin's email he got over the weekend.
This one's in College Station, yeah.
Correct. Kyle Field. I think it's under the lights too.
I still think A&M will be fair. I'll go A&M 2.5. A&M minus 2.5.
Doug.
I'm trying to see if I can find it so I can hit it right on the nail.
Cheating ass.
Right on the head. Wow. Well, yeah, I see it now, so I guess I shouldn't guess.
You're a man of integrity.
Yeah.
It's great. Chairman?
I'll play devil's advocate. I'll go Texas 1.5.
Okay.
Texas minus 6 at the moment.
Oh, Doug, we might have a fiduciary responsibility.
What do you think?
Are you horse plowing me?
And as of right now, obviously, we're on Monday, but the public is liking the Longhorns, but the money likes Gig'em.
There isn't anybody who actually makes money doing this stuff who would be laying 6 points. I'm not saying that doesn't mean that Texas doesn't win by, but that's just not the way.
Usually, yeah.
Gambler, like the ones who profit, they bet underdogs, you know.
And
not all the time. I want to make that clear. But the play that I did wind up loving, and I wish I would have known about it, there was a play, our mutual buddy who enjoys the parlay, and he hit, courtesy of Ryan Day going for it, and Tennessee was minus 40.5 against UTEP. Heupel runs up the score as it is, plus Tennessee had to do it for the college football playoff in their minds at the time. As the day played out, they didn't. And I'm going, oh my God, this is like a 60-0 game. UTEP's not going to be able to score on that defense. A lot of teams couldn't score on Tennessee's defense, and Tennessee's just going to run it up. Final score 56-0. It's sweat-free. Yeah. But I mean, when we were talking about SEC games, Tennessee UTEP didn't cross my mind.
No.
But on Saturday morning, I go, oh God, I got a responsibility. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners have released a play. The white smoke is coming out of the chimney on Tam Avenue.
Something to monitor too is Quinn Ewers might be a little banged up. They're thinking it's just like a mild sprain. They'll be okay.
A&M wins this game. The 6 points just make it even easier on you.
I bet it kicks off around 4.
I see Mizzou's a 3.5-point favorite.
I was surprised by how low that was, to be honest with you.
Yeah, home game too. Yeah, it's not like they're going on the road.
And I'm not saying I feel much more confident actually in A&M and covering than Missouri and covering.
Brady looked a lot better in that game. I mean, now it's Mississippi State, but just the way he threw the ball.
Well, when Missouri was able to run the ball like 9 out of 10 plays, at some point Mississippi State goes, oh, maybe they're going to run the ball. So then that allows a quarterback to throw more effectively. I thought, and Gabe made reference to it, there was a play with Rutherford where I think he dodged 8 guys on Mississippi State's defense. And that is truly what separates him. I think career-wise, you'll go Macklin, Alexander. There may be a receiver from back in the day that I'm not thinking of. I mean, certainly a Kellen Winslow.
Yeah. Leo Lewis.
But as far as a guy with the ball, Mel Gray, that's a nice play. Luther Burden, his ability to elude tacklers and make something out of nothing. I can't wait to see how that plays in the NFL. Will it carry over or will it be stopped because of the speed? I don't know.
It's very Debo-ish. It's Debo Samuel a little bit.
That was the best one of the year, was the one against Mississippi State. But there was one when they needed him to do it against Boston College where he stopped.
That screen pass? That's filthy.
It's just he's got sick
His
ability.
vision is unbelievable.
3.5 is the number. Missouri minus 3.5, and I am stunned to hear that Texas is laying 6 against A&M in College Station under the lights. I am stunned by that. EDF, sponsor of the Hot Take Mittens here on TMA. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game on this program. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group's hot and will prevent your your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. We have heard from Jim Montgomery this morning, addressing the media for the first time as the Blues head coach. You will hear from Jim Montgomery as well, as he says he wants to create a team identity that mimics the city of St. Louis. We'll have that for you coming up. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The first game as coach for Jim Montgomery, the Blues coach, will be tonight as they take on the New York Rangers at MSG. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN, 101 ESPN YouTube channel, TMA STL YouTube channel. Send your emails in to compete for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and see if you can compete with the likes of Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach Doug. Only 3 more emails of the day in the month of November. It is, Jackson.
So
what do we got, a tie?
Yeah, 6-6.
Wow.
JV Golf Coach and Buck Swope.
Okay.
Well, this is going to be fun. You're exactly right, Doug.
So Alan Dadeville, my cousin Vinny, blue wallpaper.
They've been mathematically eliminated from the month-long
I feel
competition.
bad for them and their families.
All right, send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jim Montgomery was on the program, courtesy of Chris Kerber, holding up his phone from the pre-morning skate press conference that they had at Madison Square Garden this morning. And Jim Montgomery, we sensed it in the way he sounded. Then I saw some of the video on the Blues Instagram page, and you can see it. He is happy. He is fired up. He is charged up about this opportunity. I actually think he's in a better place than he was this time last Monday when he was the head coach of the Bruins and still was 24 hours away from being let go. I think this is where he wanted to wind up anyway, and now he's here with a 5-year deal, and he created a message of a team identity when he met with the media this morning that he thinks will mimic St. Louis's. Here is new Blues head coach Jim Montgomery just this morning at Madison Square Garden, where he'll be behind the bench for the first time as the Blues head coach when the Blues take on the Rangers at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN.
The Blues fans are incredible, but they're a blue-collar town. And they want to see a blue-collar team. And that's the most important thing that we got to establish, is being a blue-collar team that the city and fans are proud of. Whether it goes back to, Players, through Kelly Chase, you go through Al McInnes, you go all through the players, Bernie Federico. There's so many that have stayed in St. Louis. They're part of the fiber of the culture. And that's what it means to be a Blue. The Blues fans are...
Oh, no, what kind of an edit was that?
So nice. We'd like to hear it twice.
Oh, well, you try. Lines are out. Okay. Lines are out. He's putting Bolduc back in there.
Oh, look at this.
Really?
You're looking at the line. When is the last time you looked at lines from a morning skate?
Had never in my life. Mike Ryder just put that in my ear.
How about that? Thank you, Mike Ryder. I also was talking it over with Mike Ryder, and he said, I was stunned to get a text from Jackson this weekend asking for an NHL media guide.
Yeah. Here's just a brief transparency at the life producer in Sports Talk Radio. As soon as I saw that the Blues had fired Bannister and hired Montgomery.
Did you know before I texted you?
No. I
broke that story.
My immediate reaction was rats. Now I gotta get to work.
Wow!
I hate to say it.
That's that blue collar attitude that Jim Montgomery was just talking about. It. Rats, I gotta go to work. Why don't you and Cairo go skating?
First of all, and I'd love that.
Where's your nose for news?
Every person who's working in media who's like booking people thought the same thing. They're like, rats. I thought it was. But, it's part of the gig. It's part of the gig. Mm-hmm. And
you were able to book 101 employee,
yes.
Jeremy Rutherford.
Yes.
101 scheduled guest, Chris Kerber. Yep. And Gabe.
Yes. So I'd say job well done. Yeah.
So it really didn't take that long after all.
Well, tried some other things, but yeah.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah. So
pucks on net.
Peas on net. And it was just a lot of work, but listen, it's fun. That's part of it's actually kind of like the fun element of it. The more upbeat element is like you got something to do. It's fun.
I fired a bullet this morning at a national guy trying to get a little surprise for the show.
Who'd you fire at?
Biz Nasty.
Oh, nice. That's a good bullet.
I was fairly confident it wasn't going to hit, but you don't know unless you shoot.
I actually want to talk to 99, not just about this, but he won the celebrity match they had this weekend.
I saw that over Phelps.
He beat Michael Phelps. He had to beat Bill Murray to get to Michael Phelps, and he beat the hell out of him.
Phelps has a good swing. He worked with Hank Haney.
He plays a lot. He's on a mission. see him on as a guy who's obsessed with it. I think he is.
Yeah,
and he was on tilt as Gretzky, 25 years his senior, was beating him up and down the golf course. Your collar matches your skin, boy. No. Now shut the F up, pal. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. He is not happy with the effort.
Yeah, I think everyone knows that where I work. It's no surprise that I guess you would consider this white collar. Is it?
It's kind of a blend, I think, because we really roll up our sleeves and get after it here.
Doug and I are more meat and potatoes than you are.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a good response.
Yeah, I'd say you make it white collar, but for the rest of us, this is, I'm wearing steel-toed work boots right now.
Is that right?
Peas on net. What the F was that?
I'm just talking. This is a talk show where you talk. Sometimes you say things that people like.
Like you report the firings of the New York Giants head coach and general manager.
I made up with that talking about Bull Duke. So that's got to count for some.
Absolutely.
I didn't know he was out of the lineup.
When you're putting you're talking pucks on net?
Yeah, peas on nets.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't even really know what that means. I say you got to shoot to score.
Think about that, Doug.
Level ball.
Well, sometimes the puck can bounce off your leg or your stick or your skate and score, and you didn't really shoot.
That's kind of my beef with the sport.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Well, you did, though. That's the damnedest thing about it.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota sponsor the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA and 101 ESPN. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. Then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. Go online to go shopping right now at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com and work with the best, and the best is Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. It's where I get my car. It's where my family gets a car. My sister just got one there about a month ago. My mother-in-law a few months ago. We got our car serviced there. We would recommend it wholeheartedly. Go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. They make themselves accessible to our audience, so much so that they give a specific number of 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029 for you to text or call the people in charge. That's what they do. That accessibility to the TMA audience means the world. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the other side of the break. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's the final segment of the Morning After here on 101 ESPN for November 25th, 2024. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt slides into Martin Kilcoyne's chair in the Mungan S. St. Louis Acura, Mungan S. Burkett Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour, and Jackson Burkett as the design, air, heating, and cooling email today because, Doug, for whatever reason, Microsoft Outlook is down.
Oh, no.
For me and Chairman Kurt, but it's working on Jackson's Ledoux computer, so I don't know if this is some kind of elite
thing. You think it was maybe against our alliance? Did he?
I wonder about that. But Jackson's going to get a chance to read the design, air, heating, and cooling email today here on 101 ESPN. This is his first time doing it on 101. He's done it on HD2. He's done it on low-powered AM. Yeah. This is a little different, though. This is yeah, you've won a golf tournament. Now you get to play the Masters because you did. How are you going to hit that first tee shot, Doug? We're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen from Horton Watkins, class of 2016, Jackson Burkett.
All right, Jackie.
All right, here we go. Wish me luck,
Good
fellas.
luck to you.
Good luck, Mad Dog.
I hope this email finds you well. I was lying in bed the other night, pondering some of life's greatest mysteries. What happens when you die? Does alien life exist? What does Doug's colon feel like?
What?
Well, I got the answer to one of those mysteries last night, and it had nothing to do with death or aliens. I casually approached Doug at the Sunset Hills Quick Trip and played girl and asked if diesel is compatible with my Prius. He quickly shifted from an old white to a white knight, answering my query and even pumping the E85 for me. Hook, line, time for the sinker. Thank you, sir. How can I ever repay you? I asked as I fluttered my eyelashes and patted his sturdy chest with my softest of hands.
Okay, that's enough.
He asked me to follow him to his house to share some bunny tracks. We sat on his couch, 1 bowl, 2 spoons. My dues were paid, his pipes were cleaned, my wish came true, and I will leave you with this. I am not one to kiss and tell. Rub your tongue on the roof of your mouth. Yep, now you know. Thanks, Adam from Lime.
Adam from Lime, Doug. That's right there down by Heiny Miney. What a ball yard.
Adam from Lime.
Tough dimensions to go yard.
Poor email.
If he was going out on top, Tim could have left after the first minute of the show. And the crazy thing is he even got better and better as the show went on. But this email is not the first time I saw a guy get to 5th base with another guy. My buddy Fred's dad was going through a rough patch, so all the neighbor dads took him fishing. As fate would have, the guy didn't catch a thing except a cold. After 2 bottles of NyQuil, the man was pretty groggy. So when the other dads brought out the stripper, he didn't even notice it was my buddy Butchie in ruby red lipstick.
We've talked blues, hockey, we've talked Mizzou, and this is what the emails are?
Yeah, it's about Butchie and lipstick.
When it was over, Mr. Gonzalez, a bright red racing stripe around the tip of his, I don't think I can say that one.
No, you can't.
That comes from last name Tung, first name Roman.
Roman Tongue.
What's 5th base?
That's a great question.
Feels like an answer you don't want, you know? It's like you just kind of find out when you find out. Yeah, it's kind of like
Are there any decent emails?
I mean, you got Buck Swope and JV golf coach trying to win the month. You know they're ratcheting their games up.
Yeah, here we go. I'm having a tough day. I ate too much deer sausage and French onion dip yesterday and still can't get the
What just happened?
You gotta read it. You can't laugh before we hear it.
All right,
Jimmy Fallon in a skit.
I ate too much deer sausage and French onion dip yesterday, and I still can't get the taste of St. Charles out of my mouth.
Oh, dog, that's not going to play well on the 636.
That's not nice.
On top of that, I realized I'll never be as funny as the dude who called in on Friday. I'm talking about the gentleman who was so appalled by your homoerotic content that instead of changing the channel, he decided to call you guys on the phone, sit through Chairman Kurt's heavy breathing screening process, and dress you down live on air. After some reflection, I'm a little concerned, too. I'm concerned that I could never come up with anything as funny as what he said. Quote, it's more than just kissing. You guys also talk a lot about butt stuff. He's right. For such a rights-holder sports show, you guys do talk a lot about butt stuff. What this caller failed to realize is that what your listeners want. It's what we need. Men like to talk about 2 things, football and fiddling around with our buddies chocolate starfish.
Oh, don't say chocolate starfish.
It's just second nature to us. I sure hope this fella and his nephews never find out about the DMA fan page, though, because, spoiler alert, there's a lot of butt stuff on there, too. Oh. That's from the JV golf coach.
Oh, he posted a low score for Buck Swope to go chase down.
All right, and finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, Drew Bannister joined the likes of Mike Yo and Hare Davis Payne in the exclusive club of Blues coaches to get canned in November. And we're going to applaud Doug Armstrong for going out and hiring Jim Montgomery, because this is Rights Holder Radio. Chris Kerber's on site at MSG, getting high off secondhand smoke, holding his phone up for Montgomery's first media appearance as Blues coach. The clock struck midnight on Indiana's undefeated football season as they finally had to play a good team in Ohio State, who promptly ran up the score on the Hoosiers' asses. But I think the lead is that bull-bound Mizzou managed to beat the worst team in the SEC as Eli Drinkwitz yelled, "Hey, Mississippi State, shut the F up or I'm going to score," as nobody talks more spec while celebrating the most mundane of accomplishments than Eli Drinkwitz. It was great to see Tim Jackson and Larry Nickel and many, many TMA listeners at Iggy's Gobble Bowl event on Saturday. I got to witness Tim's son throw a ball down the lane. I got to witness Doug's 35-year-old son trying to convince Larry Nickel to put Broncos quarterback Bo Nix in his country rankings. More than anything, it was great to see Iggy in his element as the master of ceremonies, sporting a pink shirt and gold Temu shoes. Breaking news, Libby Jack and his new haircut are reporting that the Giants have fired their GM and head coach. Nope. Apparently he was duped by some rumors on the internet, but we will rally around this audio of Baker Mayfield getting grilled about his Italian heritage or lack thereof by a feisty female reporter who didn't appreciate Mayfield's tribute to Tommy DeVito. That comes from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning.
Doug, we have to decide what you got.
Okay. Well, the first two were vile, so they are eliminated. I'm going to go with a fellow by the name of Coach, JV Golf Coach.
Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, this is an easy one, JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf.
JV Golf Coach has taken a 1-goal lead with 2 Design Air Heating and Cooling Email the Day competitions left in the month of November, as 101 ESPN is off for Thursday, Thanksgiving, and Friday, the day after. And we'll be back on Monday, but we're here tomorrow and Wednesday with 2 more Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day. Yes, it was great to see Iggy in his element on Saturday. Doug, I know you would have gone, but you were in Nashville for the record. But I saw your son, John Vaughn, and I think it was Buck Swope when my 2-year-old wanted to roll a ball down the bowling alley. Buck Swope yielded his spot and allowed for him to do that. So kindness from Buck Swope.
How do you do? Pick a spare or anything?
Well, just like my dad helped me out with everything, I helped him out with everything and carried on the family tradition of nepotism. And I also bought him a radio station too while we were rolling the ball.
Parking lot as well.
We got a parking lot as well. That's exactly right. James Carlton was in here, made an astute observation that I see is making its way around TikTok, and that is that UMass has played more ranked teams from the SEC than Texas has.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
Yep.
So they've played Missouri, they've played Georgia. And who's the third? I feel like they played another SEC team. I'm pretty sure UMass played 3 SEC teams.
They definitely did.
Either way, point being, James Carlton brings knowledge, just like when Mark Hanna's in. He brings knowledge for Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday. And James Carlton is online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has been for 5 years. I think the world of him. You make the switch. He does all the paperwork for you. He saves people money. His staff saves people. And I'm talking about thousands of dollars. I got to have an email from so many that I saved from listeners who email me and they go, I can't believe how much money I saved. And all I did was just like, I listen to the show. I'll call this guy, see what's going on. The one I got last week was like $2,500 over the course of a year.
Nice.
Why not call and just find out what he can do for you? He's a great guy. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. All right, Jackson, we've tended to all our business, correct?
Yeah, it was Mississippi State was the other
Mississippi
team.
State. That would not be ranked.
Right.
But I guess 2 is more than Texas.
Yeah, 2 is more than Texas.
That's insane. All right, time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.